T-minus 25 seconds.
Status check.
Go Atlas, go Centaur.
Go Starliner.
The next flight we take, we actually launch into the heavens and we leave this planet.
It's an amazing place to be because you know the heritage of what it means. This is only a handful of spacefaring nations on the globe, and you're in a nation that is one of them.
2, 1, and liftoff. The rise of Starliner.
And liftoff. Starliner is headed back to space on the shoulders of Atlas.
This represents another big leap into low Earth orbit because it's the second provider, the second platform that the United States and its partners will have.
We're thinking about this for not only our flight, but for the flight of Starliner, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, everybody who's going to come behind us and fly the spacecraft. We want to make it as best as possible.
Right now you're taking a live look at an Atlas V rocket at the heart of Space Launch Complex 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. In less than 5 hours, NASA, United Launch Alliance, and Boeing will launch the CST-100 Starliner spacecraft to begin its journey to the International Space Station. Starliner will become just the 6th spacecraft approved to carry NASA's astronaut into orbit. Good morning and welcome to the Kennedy Space Center. I'm Will Robinson Smith, reporter here for Spaceflight. Now, as we mentioned, it's an exciting morning for the NASA teams, for Boeing, as well as United Launch Alliance, ULA, as ULA is preparing to launch its 100th Atlas V rocket to date, and its first time sending crew up to the orbiting outpost. We've got a lot to break down over the next several hours. It is currently T-minus 4 hours, 39 minutes and 47 seconds prior to liftoff, or I should say it's the L- time, the time to launch. Of course, the T- clock moving independently as Boeing and ULA prepare to conclude the fueling of the Atlas V rocket. And this isn't the only activity that's happening today that's concerning the space station. Right now, as we speak, the MS-27 Progress vehicle is currently making its way to dock with the International Space Station, docking coming up in a matter of minutes. And so we're going to bring that to you live as we continue to move throughout the morning, breaking down everything there is to know about the Starliner mission, talking about the crew history, the spacecraft itself, from the seats to the ingress to what they're going to be doing on orbit. We've got the full breakdown for you, some live interviews along the way, and some of the reporting that we've done, not just here at the Kennedy Space Center, but also at the Johnson Space Center. And so we're looking forward to bringing you all that throughout the morning. So sit back, relax. We're glad to have you with us for the start of our live coverage, and we'll be back with more commentary in just a moment as we track the progress of the Progress spacecraft, making its way right now towards the ISS. We are currently T-minus 35 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. L-minus time shows L-minus 4 hours, 35 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. Moments ago, the Progress vehicle did in fact dock with the International Space Station. This was one of the events that NASA and the Boeing and ULA teams were watching closely as they proceed now through with the continuation of the countdown toward the launch of the Starliner spacecraft atop the Atlas V rocket you see there on your screen. In just a moment, we'll be stepping through the countdown timeline, let you know the milestones that have come up, the milestones yet to come on the Atlas flight. We want to welcome everyone to our live coverage who is with us as we begin things this morning. So welcome to the more than 900 of you that are joining us as we kick things off. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the like button. Allows more folks to find their way into this live coverage. We appreciate you stopping by this morning as we begin the first day of June and what the NASA, Boeing, and ULA teams hope is the first day of an all-important mission, giving NASA, finally, its dissimilar redundancy as part of the Commercial Crew Program, as Boeing Starliner spacecraft prepares to join SpaceX's Dragon in transporting astronauts to the ISS. Taking a look at our live chat here, want to thank our moderator, Callistia Lee, for joining back with us again today. It's good to see you again, Callistia. She was here with us for the Starlink mission last night. Back up again this morning to help us out in the live chat, and we certainly appreciate that. We're also powered by a wonderful channel member community here on YouTube, so thanks to folks like that Opal Guy, Debbie Sunset, Red Dawn, Fiona Murray, Eric Scott, of course, Callistia Lee, and many others. Cats and Cats this is one of our newest ones. Channel membership includes a number of perks, including the ability to watch the liftoff of all the launches from the Cape in 4K, access to member-only videos here on YouTube, and perhaps most importantly for folks today, discounts at our online shop, shop.spaceflightnow.com, where you can find things like the embroidered mission patches for not only the upcoming SpaceX Crew 9 mission, but relevant to today, the embroidered mission patch for the crew flight test of Boeing Starliner spacecraft. We'll talk a little bit more about the meaning behind the patch design as we step on through the countdown today. Also want to thank Callistia for kicking us off with a bit of generosity, gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. So to our newest 10 channel members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. And be sure to thank Callistia in the live chat if you haven't already. I also want to welcome Steve Martin joining us with channel membership at the pad leader level, and Kenny Luba for a $2 super chat. Super chats are a great way to support what we do here at Spaceflight Now. And if you have a comment or question that you'd like to be read on the show, and your comment or question is appropriate to be read on the show, we'd love to bring you into the conversation as we have just about 4.5 hours to fill. We've got a lot of content to do it, but of course, we did build in some times to turn to our members and those using the super chat feature. So we'd love to bring your voice into the conversation as we move on through our countdown and our live coverage. We are currently L minus 4 hours, 29 minutes, 38 seconds and counting. T minus clock stands at T minus 29 minutes, 34 seconds and counting. A T minus clock will continue to tick down until it hits T minus 4 minutes, at which point they will enter into a planned 4-hour hold. That will signify the conclusion of the fueling of the Atlas V rocket, and things will shift more specifically into the preparation of the astronauts themselves, making their way out to the pad as they complete getting suited up in their intra-vehicle flight suits. We'll have much more to talk about on the suits and the spacecraft as we continue on with our mission here. As we progress, want to go ahead and talk about the timeline here in just a moment. Just getting one last thing configured. Then we'll go ahead and bring that in. So things actually started well in advance of where we are right now. About 24 hours out, they do the L-1 weather and systems brief. That is followed up by L-19 hours and 55 minutes when they perform comm system activation and check out some of the preliminary communications between some of the control rooms and the White Room. That is at the top of the crew access tower. Stepping into today's operation at L-6 hours, or T-2 hours and counting, the Atlas V fueling began. That'll overlap slightly with the crew suit up over at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout, commonly known here as the O&C building. Fueling ends at L-4 hours and 5 minutes. And then just a minute after that, they'll step into the T-4 minute hold that I was just mentioning. And at L-3 hours and 20 minutes, the crew will hop into the modern-day Astro van and begin their ride out to Space Launch Complex 41, which you see there live on your screen on the right-hand side. At L-2 hours and 50 minutes, the crew will arrive at level 12, which is the level where the crew access arm is, and that's where they will be stepping into the White Room and ultimately into the Starliner spacecraft. They go through the process of ingress and making sure that their seats are configured and everything is lining up, setting up for hatch closure and final spacecraft leak checks at L-1 hour and 10 minutes. At L-50 minutes, they will complete the cabin pressurization checks. That'll be followed up by the crew comm checks as Mission Control Center in Houston performs their communication checkouts with the crew at L-35 minutes. And then the blue team, who's the crew from Boeing and ULA helping out the astronauts get into their vehicle and the hatch closed and make sure they have a good seal. They'll depart the pad at that point as well. Then at L-22 minutes, the flight director will give the go, no, go poll for the terminal count. Flight director for the ascent portion of the mission is Mike Lammers. He's a flight director also with NASA, and what Boeing did for this mission is they hired flight directors who work for NASA, but they're essentially operating as contractors with Boeing for this operation. The crew visors will be configured for launch at L-20. Starliner pull for terminal count will be taken at L-18 minutes. Starliner will shift to internal power at that point as well. And the countdown net will shift over to AG1. Basically, they'll sync everything up. The crew access arm will retract at L-11 minutes. At L-7 minutes, the Atlas V rocket will have its pull for their terminal count. Starliner will be configured for its terminal count at that same time. At L-5 minutes, the spacecraft will be configured for ascent. Brings up the L-4 minute point when the T-4 minute hold releases and those two clocks come into sync. The RD-180 engine at the base of the Atlas V will ignite at T-2.7 seconds, and we'll have a liftoff when the solid rocket motors also ignite, and the vehicle will leap off the pad at T+1.1 seconds. We're currently at L-4 hours, 22 minutes, 50 seconds and counting now. Within the last minutes, the crew, or the flight crew, will have gone through a weather briefing. Weather coming into today's operation looking fairly good. The 45th Weather Squadron was tracking conditions that were 90% favorable for liftoff, but watching out for the ground winds and the cumulus cloud rule. Just taking a peek outside, some of those clouds still lingering around, but if we can go to you can see here from some of the venting at pad 41 flowing in a basically perpendicular direction compared to the rocket, showing the winds that are carrying on right now. 45th Weather Squadron forecast between 18 and 26 knots for the liftoff winds today. We'll keep an eye on that to see how that improves or how that moves along. Currently at L-4 hours, 20 minutes, 32 seconds and counting. At this point, the crew suit up for the astronauts is getting underway. In about 10 minutes or so, we should be getting some views inside the suit up room at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building. as we stand by for visuals from inside the control room, let's go ahead and talk about the crew that's going to be flying on this mission, starting with, of course, the mission commander. This is Barry Butch Wilmore. He'll be making his third trip to space with this mission. So far in his flight record, he's accumulated 178 days on orbit. His previous spaceflight experience includes a trip aboard the 31st shuttle flight to the ISS, that was STS-129, lasting from November 16th through November 29th back in 2009. His other space flight was as a member of Expedition 41 and 42. That lasted from September 25th, 2014 to March 12th, 2015. He is a naval test pilot and has racked up quite a bit of flying experience over a number of different aircraft. He's logged more than 8,000 flight hours during his time. Before he was selected as a NASA astronaut, Butch Wilmore was part of the U.S. Air Force as a flight test instructor, the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Selected as a NASA astronaut in July of 2000, 2 years after his crewmate that you see here in this video, Sunita Williams. She was a member of the class of 1998. In the run-up to this mission, we had the opportunity to talk with Butch and Sunny about their experience. So let's listen into part of our conversation now as we're sitting at L-4 hours, 16 minutes, 50 seconds. This is part of our chat with the commander of the CFT mission, Butch Wilmore. Having spent as much of your career as you have testing out new aircraft and coupling that with your spaceflight experience, does preparing for CFT more feel like just another test mission, or does it have an extra je ne sais quoi because it's going to space?
Absolutely it does. Yes. I mean, this is, like I said, the first flight of this spacecraft, and this has not been training. People say, how's your training going? Well, we're not training. We are development. It's some experimental, operational development process, testing, evaluating. Every time I'm in the sim, even when it is a training evolution for us and the ground and our interaction, mission control and our interaction, it's a test. I'm evaluating every single, because there's different failures that we'll put into the simulator to test us and the ground, but I'm testing the systems and making sure that things are right as far as assessing all of that. So everything we do has that test mentality, that evaluation component. And that's what this whole process has been from the beginning, and it will be until we hit the deck and somewhere out in the western United States.
2.2 and work. All right.
And as mentioned, so, Butch will be making his third flight to space on this particular mission. You know, he's been training for this for quite some time. We'll have a little bit on the history of the crew coming up in just a little bit. But one of the things that Butch told me as far as being back on station that he's looking forward to is, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he said, flying through the quarters like Superman, which is not quite possible to extend your arms and just cruise around when you're in a capsule or the space shuttle, and says that's one of the neatest parts about being on the ISS. Just flying around and essentially leaping over all the tallest buildings down below here on Earth. We're now L-4 hours, 14 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. The next milestone we're looking at is the completion of Atlas V fueling. That's coming up at L-4 hours and 5 minutes, so just a little under 10 minutes to that point. That'll be followed up by the T-4 minute hold beginning. L-4 hours, 13 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. The pilot of the CFT mission, as previously mentioned, is Sunita Williams, selected by the Astronaut office in 1998. She is also a veteran of 2 space missions. She flew to the station as a member of Expedition 14/15 from December 9th, 06 to June 22nd, 2007. And then again as a member of Expedition 32/33 from July 14th to November 18th back in 2012. Sunny says she's looking forward to revisiting the Russian segment of the station and just re-experiencing what it's like to be back on orbit, and also just to go through the process of shaking out the vehicle and doing some of the manual checkouts that weren't able to be tested during the OFT-2 or OFT-1 missions. Here's part of our conversation with Sunita Williams about preparing for this mission alongside her fellow crew member, Butch Wilmore.
We had not flown together. We've known each other for a long time, so respect was always there. But I think you build the trust with each other when you get stuck in a spacecraft together or go do a spacewalk. You know, those types of things are very memorable and important aspects of your life, right? So we jumped into those roles, and it takes a while, right, to make sure that you know the roles and responsibilities, because of course we stumbled over each other a couple times, like, wait, I got that, or you got that, or whatever, and we've sort of settled into our roles in the spacecraft, and it's really good now. It's really, really good, and to the point that, like, he was doing something at one point in time, and we were waiting for the ground to say something. He had his hand going, and I held his hand for a second. I said, wait a minute. And then he's done the same thing when I'm like toggling on the display and about to hit the enter button. He's like, wait a minute. And it's not like we're annoying each other. We're appreciating that the other person has the moment in time to look after both of us. And so I think we've grown into the right roles and working together really, really symbiotically.
That was part of our conversation with Sunita Williams, the pilot of the CFT mission. You could see her going through some of the training simulation, getting into a mock-up of the Starliner capsule there at the Johnson Space Center, which we also had the chance to go inside while we were visiting there. So thanks to the NASA and Boeing teams for that bit of education. We're going to have much more on the mission, on the crew coming up. And in matter of fact, in just about 5 minutes, we're going to be speaking with a NASA astronaut who you'll recognize from a recent Soyuz flight up to the station. So stand by. In about 5 minutes, we'll have a live conversation with NASA astronaut Laurel O'Hara coming up at about 8:20 Eastern Time. Hey everyone, welcome back to our live coverage of the Starliner crew flight test preparing to send astronauts Butch, Wilmore, and Sunita Williams up to the International Space Station. And we're very fortunate to be joined by someone who just came back from the International Space Station not too long ago. Laurel O'Hara was a flight engineer on Expedition 70. Laurel, we're very happy to have you join us this morning.
Thanks, I'm excited to be here.
So, you spent 6 months on station, flying on Soyuz. First off, what was that experience like? What was the launch like? That was your first time going up. Obviously Butch and Sunny have done this twice now, both of them on Soyuz. So, bringing that experience to what they're about to experience, what's that like for those of us that have always stayed planted on the ground here?
Yeah, well, launch day is one of the best days of my life, and I think that's true for all astronauts. Usually the days leading up to launch are really busy. You're doing all the last minute preparation, but then you wake up and then you have one job to go get on a rocket and do your duties and end up in space at the end of the day. And so for me, it was just anticipation, but also just this feeling of being really focused and ready. And I imagine it's the same for Butch and Sunny, especially with their experience.
And so when you're at this point where they are right now, getting suited up and you're preparing to get into your transport vehicle to go out to the pad, how are you getting in the mindset of like, okay, this is the day? I mean, you've done all the training, but it's no more rehearsal now. Everything's real.
No, it is all real, and they've done it a couple times just as they're getting ready for launch. And so, it's just taking those quiet moments to reflect on what you're about to go do, and also just, for me, I was just kind of reviewing all the things I needed to do and all the things I needed to do. If things went nominally or off nominally, and just kind of rolling through all your tasks in your head.
And of course, while you were on station, there were a number of visiting and departing vehicles. This will be the newest vehicle to come to station. So for your colleagues that are currently on the ISS right now, walk through what that process is like, anticipating a visiting vehicle coming up, especially one with some of your friends and colleagues, about to join you.
Oh yeah, it's one of the best feelings. I was on board when Crew 8 got up there, so the astronauts that are on board Space Station right now. And it's just super exciting. You're kind of getting Space Station ready, setting out their spoons at the dinner table and getting their sleeping stations ready, and like all those little tasks, getting ready to host some new house guests, and especially when they're good friends, it's just a really exciting time. And I'm sure they're looking forward to it. I know they're looking forward to it.
I was going to say, I'm sure a little bit of adjustment when the station grows and shrinks by, some new members. I'm sure there's, talk about the reshuffling to make sure they've got their sleeping quarters and, all the equipment and gear is sort of moved out of the way as necessary. What's that sort of reshuffling like? Yeah, so the astronauts who are on board will take care of all the cargo ops to get ready for a new vehicle, of course, and then crew, there's a couple sleep stations on orbit, and then any extra crew, we have 5 on the US side, and then any extra crew get to camp out, which is also really fun, living in a different module. And so this spacecraft is going to be adding the second vehicle as part of NASA's commercial crew program, something that they've wanted, the term dissimilar redundancy that we've heard so many times. From the astronaut office perspective, why is it important to bring Starliner on board alongside Dragon and to be able to have those two vehicles in conjunction with the Soyuz to be able to bring you guys up and down? The more vehicles you have, the better, of course, for that redundancy. And also it just provides more avenues to send people to space and get to do more science and get that view of Earth and the cosmos from that perspective. So it's been a goal of NASA for a really long time. This will be the first time in history that we ever have 2 vehicles flying, and so it's kind of the dawn of a new era today. And lastly, just thinking back to your time on station, now that you've had some time to reflect on it, what was your favorite memory of being on orbit, and what do you miss most about being in that zero-G environment? I definitely miss the crew, the relationships up there. It's a family, for sure, so I miss just spending the time with my crew and then also working with all the different teams on the ground. Floating, I miss floating, of course, that's really fun, and then just getting to look back at Earth and look at Space Station. Yeah, the it's an amazing time. Something that I'm exceedingly jealous of. I'm sure a lot of our viewers at home, desperately wish that they could experience that as well, and hopefully as we get more vehicles, taking people up and down, it'll open the door for more folks. Absolutely. Well, Laura O'Hara, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you. And we'll have much more on our crew flight test coverage coming up. We're going to pause and pivot. We'll be back with you in just a moment. For now, enjoy some live views of the pad there at Space Launch Complex 41. We are now at L minus 3 hours, 59 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. Our thanks again to NASA and the Astronaut Office for allowing Laurel O'Hara to join us for a few moments now. Getting some live views here inside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building. You see pilot Sunita Williams there in her flight suit, getting ready for some pressure checks. Got a nice helicopter view now of pad 41, moving to a ground view of the Atlas V rocket and the Starliner spacecraft up top. We are currently within the T-minus 4-minute hold, which will last a total of 4 hours, as teams have concluded fueling the Atlas V rocket. And of course, one of the items that is going to be watched and tracked as we continue to step through the count is the performance of the replacement oxygen pressure relief valve that was replaced on the Centaur upper stage of the Atlas V rocket. That was the issue that came up that caused the scrub back on the first launch attempt on May 6th. Once the crews got inside the vertical integration facility just a little bit down the road. So you'll take a look at this alternate shot. You see those train tracks that extend from the pad there into the foreground in the middle of the frame at the bottom. If you keep following that track, if you were able to spin the camera around, it's where the vertical integration facility is. And actually, now we're getting a good helicopter shot, and we'll see if it spins enough to show you that, there it is. So coming into frame on the right-hand side, that is the vertical integration facility that we just got a glimpse of. So while the mission was standing down following the scrub, NASA and Boeing were also going through and checking out a helium leak issue that was connected to one of the reaction control thrusters on the service module of the Starliner spacecraft. Through a lot of analysis and modeling, they were able to determine that the leak was small enough to be tolerable for flight today, and that they have contingency plans should it get larger. Although Steve Stitch, NASA's manager of the Commercial Crew Program, did note that they could potentially handle a fuel leak rate of about 100 times what they currently are experiencing. And so they will pressurize the helium tanks a little bit closer to the mission. In fact, at the L-4 hour mark is when that process began. And so at this point, they will be monitoring that fuel leak rate. And if it exceeds a certain threshold, then they will take a closer look at it and determine if they are ready to proceed with a launch. If the leak were to get worse while they are in flight, and especially once they're docked at station, they can go ahead and isolate. It's called the doghouse, where the leak is happening with the reaction control thruster. And Boeing would be able to make the return with an isolated manifold if necessary. However, if they were in a position where they needed to isolate a manifold today prior to launch, they would go ahead and stand down from a launch opportunity, since they need the full robustness of the helium system in the event that they needed to call upon it for an abort from the pad. using the launch abort engines at the base of the Starliner vehicle. We're at L-3 hours, 52 minutes, 48 seconds and counting. You just saw Sunny zip up her helmet on the flight suit she's wearing right now. They're about to do a pressure check on her suit. It will plug in the hose where you see on Butch's suit that nozzle opening there just beneath the NASA meatball logo. And it will pressurize the suit, which is why she was leaning back in that chair in the suit-up room. Just a more comfortable position to be in once the suit pressurizes. As we are continuing to track the progress here in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building, let's go ahead and take a look at a bit of our some of the learning that we did at the Johnson Space Center. You see Sunita Williams' eyes barely visible as the suit is being pressurized, doing a leak check right now. This is part of our coverage in the lead up to the CFT mission, and a look at the suits that they're wearing with one of the suit tech engineers.
Another key piece of the development pie are the spacesuits that Butch and Sunny will be wearing during launch and docking operations. Boeing calls them Ascent Entry Suits, or AES, and they come in a range of sizes, from extra small to extra large, to fit a wide range of astronauts.
Part of the training, of course, is going through the suit-up process. Part of that involves the gloves themselves. These are specially sized, and there are 10 different varieties of these gloves that are available, ranging from 1 to 10, and some of the sizing differences are dependent on your finger length, finger width, and of course, dealing with the palm itself. It has this separate latching mechanism once you're in the suit, so once you've pinched it together, and you can see it a little bit easier when you've got an arm attached to it, that'll let you know that you've got a good tight seal on the glove. But these are designed to be especially dexterous, and they've got special interface so that the astronauts, when they're suited up in their spacesuits in flight, they're able to interact with Samsung tablets throughout the flight process.
Tori Wills-Pedrati, the Starliner spacesuit lead, walked us through some of the major features of the spacesuits, using an extra small suit as an example. On average, the basic suit weighs between 15 and 20 pounds.
This layer that you see here is called a bladder. So this is actually what inflates interior to the suit, and what will seal for the astronaut in case we need to pressurize. Each AES is paired with boots. These come in 10 different sizes, and were developed with the San Antonio Shoe Company. This suit uses a plastic tooth zipper that allows for pressurization because of how the teeth fit together. So the teeth will lock like a zipper would normally on your jacket, but there are double rows of teeth that allow it to lock and interlock to allow for pressurization. This is a waist entry suit, So the astronaut will actually put the suit on like a pair of pants and then pull into the top, swim into it like you would go into a sweater. There are 2 zippers on this suit. One here at the waist, which is our waist entry zipper, and then one at the helmet, which we call are either the helmet zipper or the visor zipper. So this piece here, polycarbonate, is the visor. It allows the crew member to have a wide range of view while in the vehicle. Typically, the visor zipper is open and the crew is able to have their visors off. They only don their visor and zip it up during dynamic phases of flight, such as launch, well, through most of ascent, launch and ascent, docking with station, undock with station, and then re-entry to landing.
And that was part of our conversation with Tori, part of the Boeing Starliner team, who's instrumental in helping to develop and test out those suits. Looks like the leak check for pilot Sunita Williams is wrapping up and the suit has been depressurized. Got a thumbs up from her, and both crew members look like they're in good spirits as we continue on through the countdown. Currently at L minus 3 hours, 47 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. We are currently L minus 3 hours, 46 minutes, 38 seconds and counting. If you're just joining us, you're watching our live coverage of the Starliner CFT mission currently in progress, the crew flight test. First time that this spacecraft will bring NASA astronauts up to the International Space Station. You're looking live right now in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building, where you see right now pilot Sunita Williams seated here. Beside her is the commander of the mission, Butch Wilmore, both having flown twice to space before. Sunita Williams flew as a member of Expedition 14 and 15 and 32/33. Butch Wilmore flew up as a member of STS-129 and then again as a member of Expedition 41/42. Taking a look at the countdown, some of the milestones that we've recently passed within the last 20 or so minutes. The Atlas V completed fueling at L minus 4 hours and 5 minutes. A minute later, they entered into the T minus 4 minute hold, signaling that fueling had in fact wrapped up and things are shifting to more crew-focused operations as they continue to keep the Atlas V rocket configured for a launch in 3 hours, 44 minutes, 48 seconds. And at L minus 4 hours, that's when the post-cryo pad team, or the A blue team, was allowed to begin re-entering the pad. When they get the clearance to do so, they will arrive at the crew access tower level number 12, coming up at L minus 3 hours 40 minutes and counting. So just about 4 minutes from now. See here on this shot into the suit-up room, that astronaut at the top left-hand corner of your screen just bringing his phone out of his pocket. That is Joe Akaba. He is the chief of the astronaut office. And before Butch and Sunny, who you see here, Butch to the left, Sunny to the right, will leave the O&C, they will play a card game of their choosing, the goal of which is usually to have the commander lose whatever game they choose. That's supposed to be a symbolic tradition, getting the bad luck out of the way so they can move on the rest of the mission. Currently at L minus 3 hours, 42 minutes, 38 seconds and counting. I mentioned the blue team, so let's go ahead and take a second to introduce you to these folks and the role, the important role that they play as a member of the team that gets these astronauts where they need to go. So Boeing has a pair of teams that are part of the blue team. You've got the A team, and I'll let that theme song play in your head for a second. And you've got the B team. It's not meant to necessarily delineate any great hierarchy, but just to separate the two roles. So the A team comes into play about 32 hours before launch. They're there to go out between L minus 32 and L minus 24 to help power up the launch vehicle and the spacecraft, to oversee those from their respective ULA and Boeing control rooms. The A team will also head into the white room to perform some checkouts and go over the equipment that they'll be using on launch day itself. Then between L minus 24 hours to L minus 12 hours, the B team will step in and take over. They also head out to the pad in the white room. They will open the hatch of Starliner and enter in the spacecraft and do some of the preparations there. Go over and sweep the control panel on Starliner, make sure that all the controls are in the right configuration and are ready for Butch and Sunny to enter the spacecraft. They go over and verify the position of more than 50 switches. Then between the 12-hour to the 4-hour mark, L minus 12 to L minus 4, is when the B team leaves and the cryogenics are loaded onto the Atlas V rocket. And then we go ahead and switch back to the A team, actually right about now. We are L minus 3 hours, 39 minutes, 39 seconds and counting. It is at this point where the A team is arriving at level 12 on the tower. Not too dissimilar to what you're seeing here in this image captured during a rehearsal. Of course, Butch and Sunny are currently in their flight suits at the ONC right now, and the astronaut that you see just to the right of the man with the sunglasses and the mustache and goatee, that is NASA astronaut Mike Fink, who is the backup astronaut for the crew flight test mission. He will also serve as the pilot on the Starliner 1 flight. This mission is set to certify or complete the certification process in preparation for the first crew rotation mission of Starliner, which, if all goes well and they're able to check all the boxes by around the November time frame, that'll set them up to be able to have Starliner positioned for the Starliner 1 mission in the spring of 2025. Once the A-team's back on the pad, they're getting everything ready for the crew. This is go time. Of course, they'll be ready and waiting for the astronauts to arrive. Once they're ingressed into the vehicle or they enter into the Starliner spacecraft, then the A-team is there to help plug in their communication cables and their life support umbilicals. They'll use the 5-point safety harness on the seats to strap Butch and Sunny into their seats. We'll talk more about the seats in just a moment here. In about L-35 minutes, the A-team will have completed everything they need to do after they've closed the hatch, performed a good leak check. They'll move all the equipment into a storage room, and then they'll head off at L-35 minutes, and at that point, the A-team is done. Will be 35 minutes to the liftoff of the Atlas V rocket.
Com check, channel 1.
You're loud and clear.
Roger, LC. Blue team is on station on level 12. Request that you give me a call, landline 5263 at your convenience.
Roger.
LC flight, channel 1.
Go ahead, flight.
Firm ready for hold authority com check.
Proceed.
Okay, stand by for voice loop reconfiguration.
Roger.
Now L-3 hours, 36 minutes, 32 seconds and counting. You see the card game is now underway. Sunny has cut the deck. Again, they're playing against the chief of the astronaut office, Joe Akaba, who is dealing out the cards right now. I believe from going back over some of the...
LC, SMD on channel 1 for a com check. Cuddy here.
I have you loud and clear on channel 1.
I have you the same, LC, SMD out.
LC flight, com check on air to ground 1.
I have you loud and clear on channel 1.
Copy, I have you loud and clear on CST, air to ground 1. This completes hold call authority com check.
Roger.
There was a good comm check between the flight director and the launch director. The launch director, the LD for today's mission at this point in the ascent, will be Mike Lammers over at the Johnson Space Center. I believe based off of the last time that they had this game, they were playing a game where essentially they want to try to get, I think it's 31 in their hand.
-3 hours.
Or closest to it.
Minutes.
And it looks like they need to play another round because Butch did not lose, I suppose. They have a little bit of extra time here because the suit-up process right now, they're budgeting the time for up to 4 crew members, which would be the standard for a full crew rotation mission starting with Starliner 1. But because there's only 2 of them, they do have a little bit of extra time now that they've gone through their leak checks, and they're doing this game to, again, as a part of tradition, to get out the bad luck and just a way to de-stress, get into a good headspace. We're now at L-3 hours, 33 minutes and counting. The next milestone will be the crew departing for the pad, but before that, of course, they will exit the suit-up room here in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building. They will then go to wish their family and friends a fond farewell. You see the fist bump. It looks like they've shaken off the bad luck, and Butch and Sunny are heading towards the elevators and preparing to head out of the O&C building. Our Adam Bernstein and Michael Kane, our photographers here at Spaceflight, now standing by and ready to capture some photos of Butch and Sunny as they give a fond farewell to their families, prepare to spend about a week and some change on orbit at the International Space Station. We're now at L-3 hours, 30 minutes, 42 minutes and counting. In just a couple of minutes here, at about L-3 hours and 28 minutes is when we're expecting Butch and Sunny to depart the suit-up room and make their way out to greet their family and friends outside of the O&C. You can see live views of the Astro van that will carry them out to Space Launch Complex 41. This Astro van built by the company Airstream, which of course also built the previous Astro vans, the one used throughout the Space Shuttle program. This Astro van is equipped with, of course, some
-3 hours, 30 minutes.
comfortable seats as well as some TVs in there. And the last time they went through this process, they opted to watch a little bit of Top Gun Maverick inside, since both Butch and Sunny have a lot of experience as test pilots. You see the license plate there saying Ride to Space. Of course, the Teslas that are used for the SpaceX crew missions also feature some fun messages connected to that particular crew, and certainly Butch and Sunny, after years of training, are very much ready to go to space on the crew flight test mission. You see Butch and Sunny with some roses in hand. Last time they presented them to their family. Joe Akaba accompanying his colleagues in the astronaut office. Also passing them along to some of the support staff that have been helping them while they were in quarantine. Here for the second go-around as well, of course, heading into the May 6th launch attempt. You see that protective film that's
LC Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Hatch open ops complete. Confined space checks are nominal.
Roger.
See the crew depart from those doors in just a second. They're making their way out. They'll have until L-3 hours and 20 minutes before they step into the Astro van and depart, heading to the pad. You can see all the crew mission patches that adorn the door. Soon the CFT sticker will be among them. We're at L-3 hours and 25 minutes and counting before the astronauts come out. Let's go ahead and show you a quick visibility map, and we'll probably come back and show you this a little bit later on. But if you're in the central to northern Florida area and perhaps a little bit farther up along the coast, is the timings for when you may be able to see the Atlas V as it makes its ascent up to begin the journey for Butch and Sunny heading to the International Space Station. So we'll let this linger for a second. Actually, the doors are open, so let's go ahead and put our focus here. See if we can listen in. Butch giving some roses to his wife and daughters there, and Sunny greeting her family as well. They've got a few minutes to hang out here as members of the press also getting some photos of these final goodbyes before family leaves. If you take a look at the right-hand side of your screen, you see near the Astrovan passenger door, bald back of the head, that it looks like Tory Bruno, who's the president and CEO of United Launch Alliance. Of course, he would be here today at this moment to give a fond farewell to the two astronauts who will be the first crew members launching aboard an Atlas V rocket on the 100th flight of an Atlas V. You'll notice on the back of their helmets there's a bit of protective film there. That'll be removed before they get into the Starliner capsule at the pad, but it's there to protect their helmets from getting scratched or damaged as they make their way through this process. Yeah, you see Tory Bruno there with a suit jacket and sunglasses. And you see our Adam Bernstein in the khaki pants there. Right now he's right along the fence line on the far right-hand side, just to the right of the gentleman who's on the fence. He's now walking toward the bottom of the screen. And our Michael Caine also out there somewhere as well. Getting a nice aerial view. It's Butch and Sunny get ready to enter into the Astrovan. Some kisses and well wishes from Sunny as she and Butch prepare to enter into the Astrovan. The woman in the black blazer is the astronaut liaison for Boeing. There to be a conduit between the astronauts and, of course, Boeing management. And closer to the railing, just beyond the guy with the baseball cap, I believe that is Leroy Kane with Boeing, former launch director with NASA, and has been a part of well over 100 space shuttle missions. Wish we could still hear what Butch and Sunny are saying, as it seems like Butch was rapping poetic for a moment to the crowd there. You see some NASA, ULA, and Boeing dignitaries there. A final hug to their Boeing astronaut liaison before they head up into the Astrovan. And the next folks that they'll be seeing and really interacting with will be the A-team that are part of the blue team at the pad. There are two drivers that are part of the Astrovan. The gentleman you see here getting in the passenger side is the backup driver. The primary driver is Rodney Berry.
Minus 3 hours, 20 minutes.
And we are now at L-minus 3 hours, 19 minutes, 57 seconds. You heard we just passed the L320 point. And so it is time to get this show on the road, both literally and figuratively. And away they go. The Astrovan is in motion. As the license plate says, they are ready for space and going to begin their journey out to the pad.
LC Slick on Channel 1.
Go ahead.
Crew transport convoy is en route to LC-41. Estimated arrival to roadblock at L-306.
Roger. OSM, LC.
OSM, go ahead, sir.
Crew transport convoy is en route to pad. Permit entry into FHA.
Roger.
And if there was any doubt that the crew would be able to access the pad and the rocket they're going to be using to launch, they have now been given the official clearance. An important thing to go through. As we are watching the trek from the ONC out to the pad, L-3 hours, 17 minutes, 26 seconds and counting. Going to go ahead and bring in a conversation we had with another astronaut, this time not with NASA, but with the Canadian Space Agency. Josh Kutrick will be the mission specialist on the Starliner 1 mission coming up no earlier than the spring of 2025. But importantly for this crew flight test mission, he will serve as the Capcom, or the voice that will be speaking directly with the crew
3 hours, 17 minutes.
as they're on orbit. So as we continue to watch the trek of the Astrovan, let's listen to our conversation we had with Josh in the run-up to the May 6th launch attempt. Here's our conversation with CSA astronaut Josh Kutrick as the Convoy makes its way up State Road 3.
Obviously, it's a very busy time for you and the CSA team, so really appreciate you taking some time to talk with us. In the run-up to this mission, of course, you know, for those who are going to be watching this and may not know, you are going to be serving on the Starliner 1 team, but importantly today, you are the Capcom for both launch and then eventually re-entry when the capsule comes back. In the process of training for this mission and in this role, you know, what's it been like, you know, working with Butch and Sunny, and just, you know, for you yourself learning more about Starliner?
It's been an exciting ride, and I'm very grateful for the experience. I would say personally, getting to work with this team, Butch, Sunny, and the huge engineering technical team behind them all at Mission Control has been a wonderful experience, a very fulfilling experience. From the point of view of technical knowledge, it's been really good for learning about how we do this, which is build new spacecraft, test fly the spacecraft, put them into orbit, and eventually get them operational. So from a personal point of view, you know, combined with my past, I was a test pilot, this is what I'm passionate about. It's been wonderful. Of course, it's also on a bigger scale, it's really important to NASA and its partners like the Canadian Space Agency that we get it right. It's hard. There's a lot of risk involved. This represents another sort of big leap into low Earth orbit because it's the second provider, the second platform that the United States and its partners will have. So it's been a long road, a serious one, and it's important that we get it right. So certainly this evening, I think you'll see there'll be a tone of seriousness, at least until the vehicle's into orbit.
Well, in sort of breaking down what your role in this is going to look like, I believe you joined as Capcom for this mission back in 2021. For those who are not super familiar with what exactly that means once you're on console, what is the role of Capcom, especially in this particular operation?
So Capcom comes from the Apollo days in terms of an acronym. It stands for Capsule Communicator, but it's the position that serves as the direct link between the crew and the vehicle and all of the support. These vehicles are flown from here in Houston, Mission Control Center, Houston. And a good way to think about it is they're immensely complex. They're streaming thousands and thousands of parameters down every second during the whole launch, the whole mission. And it falls to a team here in Houston to take that data all in, analyze it real time, and make decisions about where we've been and where we need to go. So the way it's set up is we have a room here, we call it the front room, and in that room tonight will be the prime flight control team. It's about 15 consoles of individuals who are absolute experts in different Starliner systems. I have one of those consoles as the Capcom, but really in that room, we're supported by other rooms across Johnson Space Center here of engineering people, technical folks who are supporting us and feeding us information, digesting the data as it comes down on the loops into the building here in Houston.
And just, staying on the point of the integrated teams, we had the opportunity to visit JSC earlier in this year and meet with some of the flight directors that, of course, you'll be working with and through and distilling that information onto Butch and Sunny. I wonder if you could just take a step back and talk about the years that you've been in the Starliner program, what it's been like working with that team, working through the lessons learned from OFT to OFT2, and now, of course, with the first crew flight test.
It's been a very fulfilling journey and one that's important to NASA because it brings on new capability. It's been a long road and not an easy road, but then again, we wouldn't necessarily expect it to be so. Starliner is a next generation spacecraft. We've developed along the way next generation technology that we're using on this, that we're going to be using tonight. It can do things that other spacecraft can't do. The most obvious example is that we're going to land it on land, and we can, in theory, choose where we land it on land. It has a lot of control modes everywhere between full autonomous and complete pilot in the loop that allow for future capability, future potential applications, allow for a lot of flexibility in contingency cases. It has an artificial vision system that is pretty noteworthy. So it's taken us a while to get here to the point where we're ready to do this crew test flight. But it has been for all very good reason. It's been because we've been developing new technology along the way that's going to hopefully increase our access to space, to low Earth orbit, to places, in the case of my mission, like the International Space Station.
Well, and speaking of your mission, obviously the focus today is on CFT, and your role obviously will continue on with the crew return back on the 15th when that comes up, or whenever the weather is appropriate. But if you could talk to us about what your training has been like for Starliner 1, maybe some of the differences between what's needed to be performed on CFT versus a long duration mission like what you're about to experience next year.
Mm-hmm. I think to a certain extent, they're both test missions. With CFT, it's a short duration mission to help us mitigate the risk. Ideally, about 10 days is what we're looking at, up and down. We want to have a quick initial look at all of the systems in an integrated fashion in the hazardous environment of space and low Earth orbit. If that goes well, then Starliner 1, in about a year from now that I would be flying aboard, that's sort of a step into operational testing. So we're now going to take the same spaceship and we're going to take it on its maiden expedition, which is a long duration stay in orbit, 6 months. The technical challenges of keeping a vehicle in orbit for that length of time are different. So we have to be confident in the fact that we can do everything they're going to do on CFT, but also that it's going to be there in a healthy condition for a total of 6 months, and that at the end of that 6-month expedition, we can go into the Starliner vehicle, fire it up as a cold spaceship, and have everything working. We have to obviously be 100% confident in that. So the Starliner 1 mission profile is sort of set up to test the operational long duration elements of the mission. And then, of course, in concert with that, the crew, the 4 of us, are not only flying and developing Starliner 1, but we're also executing a full International Space Station increment, which is 6 months of science, research, and operating the space station.
And, during that mission, well, I guess before we talk about that mission for a little bit more, coming back to CFT, obviously there's going to be a lot of lessons learned, and the most important thing is to bring Butch and Sunny back safely. But from a technical aspect, what are some of the things, whether it's re-seeing some of the autonomous features of Starliner or seeing the 2 of them take the stick and do some of the more manual maneuvers, is there a piece, or are there pieces of the mission profile that you're especially looking forward to learning and understanding a little bit more about once they're actually able to be executed on this flight?
Yeah, I would say the whole team is highly focused on the crew element, obviously. And so the systems that we're really focused on and we're really keen to understand and see perform are the systems that are entirely related to the crew, the systems that we were unable to test and verify on the first 2 test flights that we did without people, OFT and OFT2. And so some particular examples of that, I mean, the entire life support system the way this vehicle controls humidity, gets rid of carbon dioxide, all of that will be tested in a real way for the first time, a real way in the sense of having human astronauts on board. The control modes you alluded to, that is something that is close to my heart, very close to Sunny and Butch. We've spent years working on and testing some of this technology. It is all a great technology. It increases what Starliner can do now and what we think it's going to be able to do in terms of future applications in the future. But this will be the first time that we have crew on the flight controls executing, testing some of these manual control modes. And we'll be doing that in free flight prior to docking and after docking on the way home as well. So that's probably the most interesting and in a way important part of this crewed flight test because we have the crew there.
And lastly, I had the opportunity to speak with your colleague Jeremy Hansen yesterday and ask him a version of this question, but both you and he are involved with really running through new spacecraft through their paces. Obviously him with the Orion, you're going to be on the second crewed flight of Starliner. Just encapsulate this moment for us and for you as a part of the Canadian Space Agency of, having you and your colleague being able to really, have these incredibly important experiences with these two spacecraft that mean so much to, both NASA and CSA.
Yeah, it's important, and it's certainly not lost on us. If you look at it, as you said in your question, Canadian Space Agency, we're involved in the development, the very first flights of one vehicle with Starliner. At the same time, with the work that Jenny and Jeremy are doing, we're involved with the very first flights to development of the Artemis Gateway programs, flight of Orion on Artemis 2. So we are right where we want to be. And of course, from the personal perspective, it's amazing work. We feel very grateful for the opportunity as individuals. But on the bigger view, this is really important for Canada. It's important for our future, and it's not a coincidence. It's the result of what we've done in Canada. We've had a very strong legacy in human spaceflight and other kinds of space exploration over the last several decades. This is the result of that. It's the result of the engineering, the science, and the discovery work that Canadians have been doing over the last several decades. We're seeing some of that come to fruition now. It's important for Canada. It represents future opportunity, and we really hope that we can keep that legacy going forward.
Josh Kutrick, thank you so much for spending part of your time on a very busy day, and best of luck with the Capcom duties throughout the whole mission profile and with your training as well. Appreciate your time, sir.
Thank you, Will. I appreciate your interest.
And our sincere thanks to Josh Kutrick, the Canadian Space Agency and the Astronaut Office, for a great opportunity to talk with the Capcom, who is going to be very busy, as you heard, not only today, but with his own training on the Starliner spacecraft. As we were wrapping up that package, one of the members of the blue team, the A-Team blue team, has been cleared to leave the White Room and
Convoy has arrived at Pad 8.
Head down the elevator to...
LCO, Sam.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Step 160, crew transport vehicles entered pad.
Roger. Crew is clear to proceed to level 12.
Roger.
They've got a crew member that is there now at the base of the elevator preparing to meet Butch and Sunny as they exit the Astro van and head up to level 12. You see there at the top of the crew access tower. The crew access arm is waiting, as well as their spacecraft.
Crew transport vehicle has arrived at CAD.
Roger.
You see here that the crew running a little bit ahead of schedule at this point. We're at L-3 hours, 4 minutes and counting. They're set to arrive at level 12 and begin the boarding process at L-2 hours and 50 minutes. So they may take a little extra time getting out of the van, really soaking this in. The last time they were out at the pad, they were out there with NASA astronaut Mike Fink who is able to take some photos with them. Mike is on the mic, as it were, doing some commentary on the NASA stream right now, and so it is the team and the blue team, or the astronauts of the blue team out here. See Butch taking a good look at the rocket that will carry him and his colleague Sunita Williams up to the ISS. The launch set to lift off in just a little over 3 hours.
Crew is entering CAT elevator. Roger.
They're entering the elevator now and will be making their way up to level 12 momentarily. You see the elevator exit door there. The yellow stripe you see there on the ground with those black arrows are leading to those straps and harnesses you see there on the left-hand side of your screen. That is the emergency escape system, basically a fancy zip line that the crew and the support team would use in the event of an emergency that they needed to quickly get away from the rocket and the tower. They can use that emergency egress system to zip away from the tower. You see,
Crew has arrived on level 12.
as
Roger.
you just heard the call out, the crew has made their way to level 12. And you can tell just how breezy things are up here with Sunny's hair whipping about a good bit. Those hats that the blue team are wearing, they look like somewhat ordinary ball caps, but in fact they are special hard hats and helmets to protect the blue team as they go about their duties here. And now that they have made their way up to level 12, they can remove that protective cover, as you just saw blue team member 3 do. Sunita Williams really taking it all in, and we're now cruising into L-3 hours before
LC Slick on launch ops.
liftoff.
Or sorry, on channel 1.
Go ahead, Flick.
Yeah, crew has arrived at CAT level 12, and our CTV is standing by for OSM direction to return to the fallback area.
Roger.
And of course,
OSM, LC.
OSM.
Roger. We can give go ahead for the CTV to clear the pad.
Roger that.
they just did a quick little prayer for success as Butch taking one last look down at the rocket before they begin to enter the white room and then enter into the spacecraft itself. And we're expecting here one last moment to gather with these members of the A-team. Butch giving some kind words here. And Mike Fink noting that he's
giving a little prayer for a successful mission. Commander Butch Wilmore leading those words before they prepare to step into their crew capsule. Taking a look now inside the White Room. The official boarding, if they're sticking closely to the timeline, will begin in about 8 minutes at L-2 hours and 50 minutes. You can see a member of the A-team there inside the Starliner capsule preparing to assist Butch and Sunny with ingress into the vehicle, help them get strapped up and make all the correct communications. And actually there's another member of the A-team. You can just see some gloved hands just beyond the person sticking his head out of the hatch. And like last time, we're expecting, as they continue this process, that they will take the name tags off of the Blue Team A members, and they will take them up to space with them. Just a little sign of respect and admiration for the team that has helped prepare them in these final steps to depart the planet. We're at L-2 hours, 56 minutes, 52 seconds and counting. Just a few minutes away from them beginning the process of entering the vehicle. And clearly there's a wrist light on the suit that seems to be working just fine. It's got a little lens flare in there. And a little mirror on the right sleeve as well.
LC locks 2.
Go ahead.
Request permission to perform Centaur LO2 transfer line refill.
Roger. Proceed. Blue Team lead, LC.
LC OSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Per step 160. 16 personnel have exited the FHA roadblock.
Roger. We're seeing Butch get strapped into the Starliner spacecraft now. We're at L-2 hours, 53 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. Running a little bit ahead of schedule. We mentioned earlier in the broadcast that this will be the 100th launch of an Atlas V rocket. It's also been decades since there's been both a crewed launch lifting off from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station as opposed to over here at NASA's Kennedy Space Center. These are two distinct locations. The last time that humans launched using one of the Atlas family of vehicles was back on the Mercury Atlas 7 mission, the fourth crewed flight of Project Mercury with a spacecraft named Aurora 7, which lifted off back on May 24th of 1962. Scott Carpenter is the crew member on board that mission.
And Blue Team Lead LC.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, just be advised we're going to perform a LOX rechill at this time.
Roger that. I'll alert the crew.
Roger.
Here in that call out, they're performing in LOX rechill on...
And LOX 2, you have a go to proceed.
Roger.
Of course, we're going to be keeping a close ear out for progress on that, as it was an issue with a oxygen relief valve on the Centaur upper stage that caused a scrub of the last mission. So they brought the vehicle back into the vertical integration facility to facilitate the swap out of that and then test it, brought the vehicle back out to the battery seat here now today. And I want to correct something I said just a second ago. The final Mercury flight was actually Gordon Cooper's mission. That was the Mercury Atlas 9 flight. Launched on May 15th, 1963. Or the Faith 7 spacecraft. We are currently at L minus 2 hours, 46 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. The next big milestone is not for some time when they perform the hatch closure and do the leak checks. It's coming up at L minus 1 hour and 10 minutes. Before that, there will be a weather briefing. Again, they continue to monitor the weather conditions throughout the countdown process and make sure that things are still trending in a good direction through each step of the way. As we're seeing Butch get strapped into his seat there in the commander position on the Starliner spacecraft. This is the left seat if you're facing the console. Sunita Williams will be seated on the right-hand side. As part of our conversation with Butch over at the Johnson Space Center, we talked about what it's like to be inside the suits, inside the seats. And so I asked Butch if he could essentially paint me a word picture for those of us who will never have the opportunity to sync those two together, of being in that suit, in those seats. Bring us into that experience. This is what he had to say.
That's a good question. Can I paint you a mental picture? Let's see here. So you're in a spacesuit that you only wear for the need when you're leaving the planet. And getting into the seat is not easy, especially with a spacesuit on. And you've got, got to get around this, get over that, and it's poking you in the back and poking you in the hip. But you finally get into the seat and you get your, you don't ever lay on your back in a seat in a rocket that's going to space. And here you are in that environment, right? And you're strapping your knees down so your knees don't get, if you had to abort, there's, you don't get any flail. You're strapping yourself, your upper torso in very tightly, and then you get to lay there on your back for a couple hours. And the countdown's going. And eventually you get down to those, my 10 favorite numbers, 10, 9, 8, all the way down to, launch. And the rockets light off, and I've done it twice, and then you're literally on your way to leave the planet. And it's an amazing place to be because the heritage of what it means. This is only a handful of spacefaring nations on the globe, and you're in a nation that is one of them, and your nation has decided that you're okay enough to be in the rocket, to be on the pointy end and go. And it's humbling. It's very, very humbling. And to be in the position in the left seat, the commander of the first flight of a new capability, it's even more so. And there's a lot of responsibility, obviously. I mean, there's a great deal of responsibility. We are trained and we have developed procedures and a concept of operations that if we lost communication completely for the entire mission, we could go up to space, we could go close to the space station. We're not going to dock without comm, without communication. And let's say we didn't get it. We'll come all the way home, and you would lose us for times, and we can land exactly on the point where we intended to land. That's the level of preparedness we have. Complete NORDO, that means you don't have communication. NORDO is a term that we use in aviation. No communication from launch, and we can still come back and land on the dot. There's no other spacecraft that has that, and we do.
And again, our thanks to Butch Wilmore. We'll hear more from him again a little bit later on in the countdown. We're currently at L minus 2 hours, 42 minutes, 57 seconds and counting. You can see here in the live shot inside the Starliner capsule, they have had Butch zip up his helmet, and they have pressurized his suit. They're conducting a suit leak check at this point in time. It looks like they had a good pressure check. It looks like there's a little bit of pressure relief happened just there a second ago. Actually, We're now at L minus 2 hours, 41 minutes, 30 seconds and counting as they continue to get Butch situated before Sunny gets loaded onto the Starliner spacecraft and helped into her seat. Of course, there's a robust team of flight directors that Boeing is working with that are NASA employees contracted for this mission. And since we haven't really delved much into the launch timeline and what to expect once this rocket does lift off, we're going to go ahead and pivot to that now and talk about the mission once it lifts off. So again, dipping into part of our reporting journey to the Johnson Space Center, going to see the launch timeline as well as hear a little bit from some of these launch directors.
The mission itself is being overseen through various flight control directors. They are NASA employees who Boeing contracted for various stages in flight. Kelly Beck is the mission operations manager, and Jennifer Hammond is the mission operations manager for the space station. As we break down the mission profile, we'll introduce you to some more of the flight directors overseeing the various stages of the CFT mission. Launch begins with the liftoff of the Atlas V rocket at Space Launch Complex 41. 12 seconds into flight, the vehicle will roll to line up Starliner with its target orbit and move Butch and Sunny into a heads-up position. The Atlas V will reach max Q, the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the rocket, about 45 seconds into the ascent. The RD-180 engine on the Atlas booster will throttle up at T plus 1 minute and 7 seconds. That's followed by the conclusion of the solid rocket booster burn at T plus 1 minute and 33 seconds. The SRBs separate from the booster about a minute later. The Atlas booster will continue for another 2 minutes before booster engine cutoff or BECO, and then the booster separation happens about 6 seconds after that. The ascent cover at the top of the Starliner is jettisoned at about the same time as well. 2 RL-10A4-2 engines on the Centaur upper stage ignite at T plus 4 minutes and 48 seconds, and the aeroskirt is jettisoned just after the 5-minute mark. The Centaur upper stage will continue its burn until nearly 12 minutes after liftoff. The Starliner spacecraft separates from Centaur about 15 minutes into flight. Finally, Starliner will conduct the orbital insertion burn at about 31 minutes after liftoff. Mike Lammers is the flight director for Ascent and Entry.
What's really kind of cool about Starliner is that it's very much a kind of a pilot's spacecraft, right? So it's really maneuverable. I mean, I'm sure folks have given you some of the technical details, but there's close to 50 reaction control and orbital maneuvering jets on it, and and there's a stick. And what's really cool about it is when you have astronauts that are pilots, they really gravitate towards using it.
And our thanks to Mike Lammers and the rest of the flight directors for talking with us about some of the things that they're tracking during the various phases of the mission. It was a great conversation, really helped educate those of us in the press who are there to learn more about what to expect through the various points of this mission as things move along. Currently at L minus 2 hours, 38 minutes, 8 seconds and counting. And some hugs to the crew from Sunita Williams as she is now entering the Starliner spacecraft. As we continue to track the ingress of Sunita Williams now, who's taken her seat in the Starliner spacecraft. I want to take a moment and take a look at our live chat and thank some of the folks who have been supporting us through this live coverage so far. First off, thanks to the more than 3,700 of you who are watching live with us right now. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the like button. Allows more folks to find our live coverage as we continue on through these mission milestones. Love to bring some more folks into the live coverage here. Want to welcome Missy Disney Pin. Great handle. Joining us with channel membership at the mission specialist level. Welcome, Missy. We're glad to have you with us. And welcome aboard. Our thanks as well to Internet Guy for a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Internet Guy, who says, appreciate the coverage. Well, we appreciate your support of the coverage, Internet Guy. And perhaps the most anonymous sounding handle I've heard in some time. Greg Jazz Jr. with a $2 super chat says, on my way to watch the launch, which is excellent. You know, we're just a little less than a few hours away from the liftoff, just about 2.5 at this point in time. Our thanks as well to Psychonaut69 for gifting us Spaceflight Now membership. So to our newest channel member, welcome aboard. We are glad to have you with us. Be sure to thank Psychonaut69 in the live chat if you haven't already. Finally, for now, a thanks to Seabass for a $2 super chat and a very kind comment saying, this channel is essential. You guys are awesome. Well, thank you so much for the kind words, Seabass. And besides your name making me slightly hungry, really appreciate your support of what we do here at Spaceflight Now, especially on big coverage days as we have today. And of course, coming up next week is when we're anticipating for the 4th flight of SpaceX's Starship rocket. But we'll go ahead and save our commentary on that for another day. You're seeing some venting here from the Atlas V rocket. That is normal and to be expected. Of course, they're keeping the vehicle fully fueled and ready to support the launch coming up in just about 2.5 hours. So normally on a crew flight test, this mission would be entirely focused on shaking out the vehicle and allowing it to go through various manual checkouts that couldn't be performed in the autonomous uncrewed orbital flight test, or OFT-2 in the case of Starliner. However, we learned in a briefing yesterday that there is an issue with a pump that helps to filter urine on the space station. They're very water conscious with everything that goes up, as it's, you know, every pound that goes to space matters, every ounce counts, and so they take great pains to make sure that all water is able to be fully recycled. And there was an issue with the pump on station, and so Calypso, the nickname of the Starliner spacecraft, is going to be bringing a replacement for that pump that's having an issue. So it has gone from being cargo for just the crew and their time on orbit, now bringing up something essential for those who are living in a long-duration mission on the ISS. And a nice helicopter aerial view here of Space Launch Complex 41. It's not possible to see right here in this shot, but basically on the exact opposite side of this spacecraft from our vantage point in this particular frame and the big box, there's a small decal that's now part of the Starliner spacecraft. It's a little blue outline icon of Starliner. The one on the left says OFT, the one on the right says CFT. And it's a way of distinguishing these vehicles as they get more flight experience under their belts and will support crews in the future. Also, just as a point of reference, we talked about the reaction control thruster helium leak that was assessed over the last few weeks by NASA and Boeing. It's located in, you see those around the Starliner service module, which if you go from the top of the spacecraft on down, the gray section where you see the blue stripes around, that's the crew module. Just beneath that, where you see the white cylinder with all those little dots and the little chunky thing protruding, that's the service module. And that little chunky thing, which I realize is not the best name for it, that's proper nickname, which I realize is a bit of an oxymoron, but it's referred to as a doghouse. Within the doghouses are the reaction control thrusters. There are 28 of them within the Starliner spacecraft, as well as OMAC thrusters. And it's within the reaction control thruster on the doghouse that is facing basically directly across from the main hatch where the crew entered into the vehicle. That's where the helium leak is located, connected to one of those reaction control thrusters. So just for a little bit of orientation for everyone watching today. And normally, while we have to wait for an update on the zero gravity indicator, we know that in this case, Sunita Williams chose a narwhal, which you'll see floating around. I believe it's a sparkly narwhal that Boeing put a video out in the run-up to this mission. Part of her love of the ocean. Sunita Williams was also part of one of NASA's undersea expeditions nicknamed Nemo. Another member of that expedition, in fact, was Mike Fink, the backup astronaut for this mission and the upcoming pilot of Starliner 1. We're now L minus 2 hours, 27 minutes, 23 seconds and counting. While we were at the Johnson Space Center, we not only had the opportunity to talk with Butch and Sunny one-on-one, as well as Leroy Kane, one of the heads of the Starliner program over at Boeing, but we also were able to speak with some of the folks who helped train at Butch and Sunny and take a look at some of the various tools that they had during their training process. That includes some high-fidelity mock-ups, the capsule that they were able to enter and exit from, number of tools, including virtual reality. So I'm going to show you an abbreviated version of that training process. let's take a look at part of our trip to the Johnson Space Center.
Spaceflight Now got the opportunity to visit the Johnson Space Center in Houston and check out some of the tools used to train both Butch and Sunny. So this is a mock-up of the Starliner spacecraft. It's what Butch and Sunny have been using in their final days to go over some refresher courses and make sure they know all the correct loading procedures as they get into the capsule here. Right now it's in a configuration where both the two astronauts that are going to be flying to the station during CFT will sit in these two seats behind me. But where I'm kneeling right now, and this space behind me where this cargo bag is stored, are actually places where two additional seats can be placed if and when Boeing needs to fly 4 astronauts, which will be coming up, of course, in the later missions. In addition to the seats and the cargo, this capsule features a medium fidelity control panel for the crew, as well as the main hatch, which will be used to enter and exit the spacecraft on the ISS. NASA's Nicole Jordan explained some of the thinking behind the seat design, which you may notice isn't super roomy. But she says that's actually very much by design. It's one of the lessons that NASA learned from NASCAR.
And one of the lessons from NASCAR is that human bodies can take huge loads as long as there's no relative motion between the person and, in this case, the race car. And so NASCAR, one of the things that they have done is they've added a restraint between the helmet and the shoulders so that your head is physically restrained from, moving too much from your body, right? It's called a Hans device. And so here, you really want it to be pretty snug, because if you have room and then you hit hard, you don't want to accelerate and hit the seat. That could cause an injury. And so we want it to be pretty snug. And so, as was pointed out earlier, that's one reason why you don't see a lot of padding in the seat. There's kind of minimal padding for hot spots and comfort, but you don't want to have too much padding because of that. You want to have very little relative motion if you have like a high impact event.
Boeing and NASA have a number of tools they use in coordination with the astronauts. One of them is a high-fidelity mock-up of the console on Starliner called the Boeing Mission Simulator.
You see a lot of switches that are reminiscent of aircraft-style switches like we had in the shuttle. Some of those are 2 or 3 position switches, which are simple toggle switches. Some of those are called lever lock switches, where you actually have to pull the switch out and move it up or move it down. And that's, I tell people, you've got to mean it. Those are important switches.
The mock-up is designed to put Butch and Sunny through a variety of training exercises and contingency scenarios.
And I've been around for a long time. I was a long-time shuttle instructor and trained many shuttle crews. But I came into what was for me a new program. I'm learning a new launch vehicle, and now I have a new crew to get used to, and I have to learn the things they like and the ways they learn. Everybody learns differently, right? And how to interact with them, how to get the most out of them, how to prod them when they need prodding. It's been great. They asked for me to come aboard this program, and that was a big honor for me.
Because the BMS is somewhat of a cramped learning environment, though, Butch and Sunny also spent quite a bit of time in a classroom environment called a crew part task trainer. Ray Bigones, the Starliner lead rendezvous officer, walked through a docking simulation for us.
Vesta cameras are showing the crew where the space station is in the imagery, but also where the spacecraft thinks the space station is in the green outlines. So the crew can see exactly where the computers are flying. The crew also has this display, which is a center-on camera. There's a camera very much like the one you have in your hand right now that is mounted in the hatch on the center line of the spacecraft, right in the middle of the docking port, and that goes to this tablet. And you may notice it's not built into the crew displays. It's not built into this main console here, and that's on purpose. It doesn't need any of the Starliner computers to be running. It doesn't need anything from Starliner. It's a completely independent and dissimilar system, and that's the way we designed it on purpose.
Finally, when crews are either at the Johnson Space Center or in other locations around the world, they can use a virtual reality setup from Vario to be able to go inside the spacecraft from anywhere. Connie Miller, an associate tech fellow with Boeing, showed me around the virtual cockpit and how to interact with the system.
This is just a prototype here.
Starliner crew.
You should be able to interact with the buttons, flip switches, do things like that, and kind of get a feel for the capsule size.
Oh, that's trippy.
And our thanks to the folks at Boeing and NASA for giving us a robust tour of the training tools that Butch and Sunny have been using for months and years in preparation for this launch today. It was a very educational trip to the Johnson Space Center. We're glad we're able to bring some of that to all of you for watching at home.
LC Fuel 2.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to make you aware that my topping valve I to P has failed and dropped to 0.
Roger. AC, LC.
AC on 1.
Roger. Fuel 2's reported a I to P as a given an anomaly. Please screen the anomaly team and provide a recommendation.
Tech 5.
Hey, cruise for some audio system checks.
Go ahead.
I've just experienced a similar anomaly with my LOC 669
Copy, inward.
IDP as well.
And I'm going to pull you back over to ground up.
Also commanded and is
Copy.
0.
Okay, so you're in a stop flow effectively?
That's affirmed, not flagged, but the valves are all closed in the skid,
Valves
so we're
are
not flowing
closed.
into the vehicle.
Copy that. Yeah, AC also for Lock 2.
Copy that.
The gentleman you see there standing in the middle here at the ASOC, that is Leroy Kane, the Deputy Mission Manager for the Starliner flight.
Starliner Houston for the entire crew, comm check on air to ground 1.
CDR, loud and clear, air to ground 1. TLT, loud and clear, air to ground 1.
Starliner Houston has both crew members loud and clear, air to ground 1. Stand by for a comm check of air to ground 2 via the T0 line. You're going to hear me and reply on air to ground 2. Stand by.
Of course, we're going to continue monitoring what sounds like an anomaly with the LOX, part of the liquid oxygen system.
CDR, loud and clear, air to ground 2. And Houston, TLT, loud and clear, air to ground 2.
Just as a reminder, it was a liquid oxygen pressure relief valve on the Centaur upper stage, which caused the scrub of the mission back on May 6th. It is unclear if there is any relation between that anomaly and whatever may be happening at this point, so we're not going to draw conclusions at this stage, but we'll continue to listen in and bring you updates as we learn them.
Starliner Houston on air to ground 1, audio system checks complete. In 10 seconds, it will be L minus 2 hours, 18 minutes. 3, 2, 1, mark. L minus 2:18.
Good check.
Copy, good check.
LC Slick on channel 1.
Comm panel, lift
Go ahead,
off
Slick.
on air to ground 1 and 2.
Crew insertion is complete.
Roger.
And Starliner, we'd suggest listen only on air to ground 2, just makes it a bit easier for us.
That's what I figured. Okay, there's air to ground 1 only talk.
Okay, copy.
So
You're
Fuel 2,
sounding
LC.
real good and clear here, so it's all working.
Go ahead.
One
Roger.
other note
At this
from
time,
us is
go ahead
thank
and
you, everyone
command a
who was
stop
enjoying a
flow
lot of breakfast.
and
And
lock
we
2.
understand that you two had something to do with that.
Roger,
so
you also
on behalf of
command a
FCC,
stop flow
thanks.
at this point. We'll go.
Fuel 2 is complete.
Hey, it's our pleasure. A well-fed team is a well-ready team, so we are happy you guys are well-fed.
Slick and flight LC channel 1.
Slick.
Yeah, just for your awareness, we're troubleshooting a control issue on both the Centaur LOX and hydrogen topping valves. So we're currently have both those tanks in a stop flow condition, so we're not actually topping at this point. No safety concern at this point, but just want you to know we are troubleshooting that.
Roger.
Yep, flight copies following on channel 6.
Roger.
minutes. 2 hours, 10 minutes.
ECS LC.
Go ahead.
Adjust CI safe flow rate to 170 pounds per minute.
Roger.
LC on 1, this is RLM.
Go ahead, RLM.
Yes, sir. I have received, it appears, 4 OTCs at this time. The first one is line item 326, and LH2 Delta P. Looks like they all 4 are.
Roger.
Data's out of tolerance.
Roger. Understand, and that's a result of us not topping at this point. Are all 4 of those OTCs Delta P related?
Yes, sir, they are.
Yes. Okay, let's continue to monitor that while we're troubleshooting the topping valve situation.
I copy.
Roger.
Taking a look right now in Mission Control in Houston. One of multiple control rooms being used in support of this flight today. Taking a look here inside United Launch Alliance's Advanced Spaceflight Operations Center, otherwise known as the ASOC. This is the Starliner Mission Control Center as well.
LC Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead, Flick.
Yeah, I know I gave you crew insertion is complete, so the team did exit the vehicle, put the last couple bags in, and they're starting hatch closure preps, and we'll stand by for approval to close hatch.
Roger.
Currently at L minus 2 hours, 4 minutes, 25 seconds and counting. As you just heard that communication, they're done with getting Butch and Sunny situated in the spacecraft, and they're standing by to begin hatch closure as teams with United Launch Alliance continue to work what sounds like an issue with the topping valve on the Centaur upper stage. They have paused topping off of both of the liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen, two cryogenics used on the Centaur upper stage. The Atlas booster uses a combination of liquid oxygen and RP1, or rocket-grade kerosene. They load that RP1 prior to launch day, and then the cryogenics, the LOX, and the hydrogen are loaded on board the Atlas V rocket between L minus 6 and L minus 4 hours and 5 minutes. They went into the planned T-minus 4-minute hold at L minus 4 hours and 4 minutes.
Starliner, Houston on 1.
Go on 1.
Just giving you an update, ULA is working an issue with a Centaur topping valve. No safety concerns we're monitoring, and we'll let you know where it goes, but that's the reason for the delay on hatch closure. We'll keep you abreast.
All right, thanks for the heads up.
We are now L minus 1 hour, 59 minutes, 2 seconds and counting. As we've heard over the loops, United Launch Alliance is continuing to work an issue with a Centaur topping valve. They had noted previously that they had halted topping off on both the liquid hydrogen and the liquid oxygen tanks. They continue to work this issue. They report that there is not a safety concern for the crew on board the Starliner spacecraft, nor for the blue team that are assisting them in the white room. However, they are holding off on closing the Starliner main hatch at this time till they've characterized a path forward. We're standing by for further updates, and of course we'll bring those to you as we learn them. We're at L minus 1 hour, 56 minutes and 37 seconds.
LC on 1, this is RLM.
Go ahead.
The corresponding 4 locks parameters have now been received as alarms as well.
Roger, thank you. ECS LC.
Go ahead.
Adjust CISA temperature to 145 degrees Fahrenheit.
Roger.
Now minus 1 hour, 55 minutes.
And we were just listening into the NASA broadcast as they were talking about, it sounds like they have a potential solution to this valve issue that is currently in work, that they are talking it over right now before they put it in action. So we'll stand by to hear more from them as we continue on. currently at L minus 1 hour, 53 minutes, 53 seconds and counting. At this point, we're going to be joined by another voice for the next little bit of our commentary, a voice familiar to those who've been following spaceflight now for any amount of time. We're joined on the line by Stephen Clark, currently space reporter over at Ars Technica, who's been doing some excellent reporting on the progress of the crew flight test and the path to get to, or back to the pad, I should say, with this mission. Stephen, it's good to talk to you this morning. How are you doing?
Good morning, Will. I'm doing fine. How about you?
Doing well as well. It's a busy time in spaceflight as, of course, you and I are both preparing as soon as this launch goes and is on its way for SpaceX's Starship rocket. It seems like all the big launch vehicles are having their day in the sun at the start of June.
Yes, Starlink, Starliner, Starship. It's all written in the stars, Will.
And of course, some updates from Starlab as well, just to go ahead and confuse it all together. So, as you've been hearing through the loops and as we've been getting into this process, ULA is working an issue with the topping off valve on the Centaur upper stage. Talked a little bit about this as they've been troubleshooting this issue, but of course, as you recall, we were together here at the press site the last time that there was an issue with Centaur valve that ultimately scrubbed that mission. Just your thoughts at this point, hearing what we've been hearing and knowing that there's a potential troubleshooting work, but we're still standing by to see when it gets put in motion.
Yeah, it's hard to know exactly what the issue is at this point. Still waiting some details from NASA or from ULA on their launch conductor loop to get a better understanding of what the valve, what specific valve is at issue and what its behavior is, and if it's similar or different from what we had back on the May 6th launch attempt. But as I think you've said in your coverage, they're waiting to close the hatch to Starliner. Butch, Wilmore, and Sunita Williams are both in their seats. And, we are getting some occasional updates from the ULA launch team about, some troubleshooting steps they're taking, but really haven't heard any report about the big picture, as we like to say, about, the path forward and what the issue is.
Okay, we have a recovery plan to coordinate with you. We are testing this out still as we speak, waiting for that to complete. Once we have that thumbs up from Still, what we're planning to do is to disable her safety. We need to run option 354 to disable the fluid monitor testing. Then we need to switch from VRIG 3 to VRIG 1. That'll be an SYS function. Once that's complete, we can go ahead and reestablish fluid monitor and a burst safing capability, and that should put us into a position to proceed.
Roger. And do we have an estimate when the still test be complete?
I was told 5 minutes ago, about 5 minutes, so it should be imminent.
Roger. And LC concurs with this. LD?
LD concurs.
Roger. And AC, could we get an update on the still test?
I'll get that right now.
And SYS LC?
Go.
Roger. Do you have the steps as were outlined for executing this?
That's affirmative.
Switch? Okay. Okay, let's see. Flight, Channel 1?
Flight here.
Yeah, Roger. I understand we kind of want to give the broader team a little insight to what we're planning to do here. So if we want to merge the net, we could do that at this time.
In work.
NLC, the pad team is on Channel 1. We'll be listening in.
Roger. Thank you.
LC flight and Starliner flight will merge Channel 1 and Air Ground 1. So LC give the crew and the pad team an update.
Roger, and Starliner, can you copy me?
That's loud and clear, Elsie.
Roger. So at this time, what we have is a control issue going to the LOX and hydrogen topping valve. So they are both closed this time, so we're not topping Centaur at this time. So we put in a troubleshooting plan together, and we're going to switch the control logic from VRIC 3 to VRIC 1. Because we have redundancy in our control system, and so we're going to switch to VRIC 1 and hopefully restore this topping control and get the vehicle back into topping mode.
Great, copy out, standing by.
Roger.
Pat, copies as well.
Blue team, lead copies.
Roger. And flight, let's go ahead and leave this, if you can, leave this merge until we're done. Should take about 5 minutes to complete this operation.
I'll see you copy. Leave your merge.
Roger.
Well, Stephen, asking you shall receive. That was pretty immediate once you put it out in the universe, so appreciate you doing that for us.
Yeah, well, they must have been listening to our discussion there.
Naturally. So just as a recap for folks listening in, if you happen to join the stream while they were mid-discussing that, essentially there is a control issue with the valve connected to the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen topping system on the Centaur upper stage. They have closed off the fuel system at this time, so they are not topping off either of the tanks. And they have tested a troubleshooting plan, basically switching some controls over, it sounds like, to a backup system to see if it resolves this issue, and they are able to get back into topping flow of things. In the meantime, Tori Bruno has posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, that they are, quote, working an issue with topping valves on the ground side, running the fix through their SIL before executing. Is their software integration lab, as Stephen Young reminded me. So, Stephen, it sounds like they've got a potential path forward. Your thoughts from what we've heard on sort of where they are now, given what we know at this point.
Yeah, so it sounds like the ULA anomaly team, which is kind of a standing team of engineers in the control center over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, and also back at ULA headquarters in Denver, have developed a plan to troubleshoot and hopefully overcome or bypass this issue with the topping valves on the Centaur upper stage. So based on Tori's tweet, Tori Bruno's tweet, which I had not seen yet, thanks for bringing that to my attention, it sounds like they're going to, running that through some software testing to make sure it's not going to damage or cause more problems on the vehicle itself when they actually institute it or introduce it to the hardware.
And Starliner, LC on channel 1.
Flight clear.
Starliner, go ahead.
Yeah, Roger. So right now we are exercising the steps to do the transfer from VRIC 3 to VRIC 1. We're executing that in our SIL test in the SIL lab just to make sure that we have the proper procedure steps before we execute it here on the pad. So team's asked for a few more minutes to complete that test.
Starliner, copy, standing by.
Flight copy.
So as we were just hearing, they're actually still running that prospective fix through the SIL, the software integration lab that Stephen Clark was just talking about with us. At this point, we are L-minus 1 hour, 43 minutes, 53 seconds, and counting. The next milestone that we're anticipating will be the chill down of the Centaur upper stage engine, although given that they have not been able to continue topping on the Centaur upper stage, it's not entirely clear if they're able to maintain that timeline or if that is going to be adjusted, and if so, how much margin there may be in that. We're about a little more than 30 minutes away from when the hatch closure is supposed to be wrapping up and they conduct the leak checks, make sure they've got a good seal on that. So, Stephen, bringing you back in, it sounds like there's still some time to get this resolved. Clearly, they believe that there's a probable path forward, otherwise they wouldn't be continuing on. But still, a little bit off the timeline that we were expecting to see, it seems like, at this point.
Yes, Will. Yeah, it sounds like they're still a few minutes away from actually trying this recovery procedure on the launch vehicle, on the Atlas V itself, out at the pad. And as I was saying, and as the launch team just told Butch and Sunny on board Starliner, they're still running that through the software integration lab, which I believe is actually up at ULA's headquarters in Colorado. And that's pretty standard when they want to do something on the rocket in a dynamic situation, like during the launch countdown. They want to check with the software lab to make sure that what they're going to do is not going to cause any more damage, to make sure the procedure that they've written and come up with kind of on the fly during the countdown is a good one before actually applying it to the vehicle out on the launch pad. So it sounds like they have a path forward. We'll see if this recovery procedure does what they expect or hope it will do.
LCS WES on 1.
Go ahead, SYS.
Step 200, L2 balloon cycle task is complete.
Roger.
And one other thing to note with the process that it sounds like they're putting in work is it sounds like whatever the backup system that they're going to will not, as Tori Bruno put it during the post-scrub press conference, going to quote-unquote change the state of the Centaur upper stage. That was something that they said was would have been a violation of their flight rules when it concerned the oxygen pressure relief valve on the Centaur upper stage, that the cycling that they wanted to do in order to move forward with that, had it been a satellite mission, they were not able to cycle that because it would change the state of the Centaur upper stage, and they do not do that when crew are on board the vehicle. So it sounds like this fix that they've got in work is not going to be that potentially disruptive to the Centaur. Right, Stephen? Is that kind of how you're seeing this as well?
Yeah, I think that's the way I would also interpret what we're hearing from the launch team right now, is that they just want to make sure what they're going to do is safe for the rocket, and the procedure they're running out at the software integration lab is designed to make sure of that. And one thing I'll note is, looking at the timeline, I believe,
1 hour, 40 minutes.
I think hatch, we still have some margin before the normal time or expected time of hatch closure. So while the tanking topping process on the Centaur stage has been on hold for some time, the hatch has remained open, although the team out at the pad seems ready to close the hatch as soon as they get to go. But the nominal time for hatch closure, I think, is still about 30 minutes away. So there's still some margin in that part of the operation this morning.
Yeah, looks like hatch closure should be coming up at L-minus 1 hour and 10 minutes. So, yeah, just a hair under 30 minutes here until that's expected to be put into work. So, time to troubleshoot. Not a ton of time, but time nonetheless. So, teams are hustling, but obviously want to make sure they've got a good handle on this before they proceed, because, the most precious crew is on board this flight. That is 2 astronauts, Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams. Coming into this flight, Stephen, obviously we got an update yesterday from NASA, Boeing, and ULA mission leaders talking about some of the work they've done over the last few weeks since the May 6th scrub. Talk to me about what stood out to you from that briefing. I mean, one of the things that leapt out at me that I thought was particularly interesting was the fact that they were getting some lessons learned from the parachute anomaly from Blue Origin's New Shepard flight that launched just a couple of weeks ago, where one of the parachutes didn't fully deploy and one of the line cutters didn't execute as expected, which caused that issue. And there was some parallel between that and the chutes on Starliner, and ultimately they determined that there was enough separation to move forward with this mission. But what was kind of jumping out at you from the briefing that we got?
Specifically regarding the parachute issue, Will, that Blue Origin experienced back on May 19th with that suborbital flight, it just reminds me that there is a very limited supply base for these parachutes that are used on these crew spacecraft. Airborne Systems, based out in California, is the only company, the supplier for all of these main parachutes that are used for Blue Origin, their suborbital crew capsule, also the Starliner, also SpaceX's Crew Dragon, and NASA's Orion spacecraft. So when there's a parachute anomaly or a parachute issue with any one of those 3 vehicles, you can bet the operators of the other spacecraft I just mentioned will be checking their data, checking in with their supplier to make sure it's not going to affect them at a minimum. And depending on the issue, it could affect them. But it sounds like NASA and Boeing have reviewed the data that Blue Origin and Airborne have supplied them over the past couple of weeks and are comfortable with that issue that we saw on the chute from Blue Origin a couple of weeks ago is not going to be an impact to Starliner. One of those 3 main parachutes on the Blue Origin mission did not fully inflate. The capsule, of course, is designed to safely land with 2 chutes, which we saw. It did safely land. All the crew members, all the passengers were safe. Starliner, likewise, is designed to land safely with 2 chutes. So there is some redundancy in that regard, but they don't want to launch without redundancy. And that's a theme that we've heard a lot from Boeing and NASA over the last couple of weeks as they've dealt with this helium issue as well.
Well, and the whole reason why Starliner exists alongside SpaceX's Dragon is to create their own dissimilar redundancy for the overall commercial crew program. So they are very eager to get this capability on board, just as you mentioned, to create that redundancy in a number of different areas. I also thought it was kind of a nice point just to your mention there of the limited number of suppliers for some of these critical mission items. The fact that Blue Origin was able to share as much data as they did between NASA and Boeing and SpaceX to provide some of that critical information, just to make sure that everyone that uses these chutes is able to stay on top of all of this, and no one's kind of having to guess in the dark, that they've got some good data to cross-reference. How important is that data sharing, in your opinion, as more and more space ventures are commercialized? I mean, not just with human spaceflight, but across a whole different number of opportunities.
Yeah, I think it's vital, Will, to maintain safety of all these vehicles, is that these contractors and then NASA, with Orion, Starliner, and Dragon, NASA also has a role as the government agency that's contracting with Boeing and SpaceX to ensure that there is some open communication between all of these companies. We often hear companies use proprietary data as a reason to not release information to public or to competitors. But NASA does see all that information from all of these companies. NASA is contractually obligated to not release that due to proprietary issues to other.
Go ahead.
I'm ready to provide the steps to switch the part on the
Roger. LD. Go on.
LD on 1.
Proceed, AC.
Okay, we did run through this sill. Slight modification from what I described earlier. First, SOS option 547 to disable her safety. Option 548 to switch redirect 3 to 1, both the analog and ECM. Then there are some command lines that the SOS has that will be utilized during the switch. Finally, re-enabling the safety using option 547. Like that.
Roger. Understand and concur. LD? Roger. SYS, LC?
Yeah.
Roger, are you ready to implement this time?
Affirmative.
Roger, proceed.
In work. We'll report when complete.
Roger. And fuel 2 and LOX 1, LC?
Box 1, field 2.
Roger. So during this transfer, you may pick up Uman number 29 and 31 due to a miscompare, but there's no issue with that, and we'll just clear that after the switch is complete.
Copy. Roger.
We apologize for the echo that you're hearing there. I know it made some of the audio a little difficult to hear and understand. It's unfortunately the audio coming into us from the loops, so we unfortunately don't have a good way to control the echo, although we're trying to troubleshoot this and see if the next time it comes in it's a little more streamlined.
So both the LOX and the liquid hydrogen. It's part of a triple redundant system, and so the fuel levels are being maintained, the crew is in no danger whatsoever, and we will still have enough propellant to go. But we like to have redundancy, and so they have a common controller, and what we've just done is come up with a plan to recycle that controller and see if we can get that third redundant valve pair working. It's come through the sill, it all looks good, there's no unintended consequences with that. Procedures are written up and they're just being reviewed right now with the team out here at the Cape, and so once we're satisfied, those ground valves will be cycled and we'll see where we are.
Sounds good, and we'll definitely keeping our eyes and ears tuned for that. You know, as we were mentioning, this is a really historic day for ULA, getting to launch humans to space, and also the 100th launch of an Atlas V rocket. Why is this such an important milestone for the company?
Oh, it's so exciting to be back and be part of the human spaceflight community. And as you said, it's a really cool event for Atlas because Atlas's great-granddaddy was on Mercury Atlas. John Glenn, first American in space, and then of course ended that, you know, with Gus Grissom there. With
Roger. Go ahead.
Same for me. I also went to South Flow Drain, trip to 129.
Copy. Just waiting for SOS to report complete, and then we'll go ahead and recover from that.
Copy.
LCS on 1.
Go ahead.
Complete.
Roger. So LOX 1 and Fuel 2, go ahead and reestablish topping at this time.
Roger.
And LOX 2, LC.
Go ahead.
Roger, you can reestablish topping also.
Roger.
LC R1.
Go ahead.
I just received OTC second stage gaseous model map, line 960. Date went on tolerance.
Okay, copy.
LC Puny 2.
Go ahead.
I'm seeing our helium bottles are bent.
Can you hit a stop flow on that? Or do you understand why they're venting?
Looks like I've got a valve failed to verify.
And IFS LC channel 1.
Sun 1.
Right, is there an action we can take to stop venting?
Curve with a stop flow.
Roger. Penny 2, did you copy stop flow?
I copy inward. LCS complete and it did stop.
Roger. ACLC channel 1. Roger. During the transfer appears that we did pick up sent our helium bottle venting command, which looks like, I don't know, we vented about 1,000 PSI. If you would please convene the anomaly team and provide a recommendation.
So quite a number of updates within the last.
Go ahead, Lockstep.
At this time, it's not to resume topping, but I will need to transfer.
Roger. Proceed.
So just as a recap of everything briefly, so we can get this in before another update, they were able to make the data switch that they were talking about.
And SYS LC. Roger, just as a result of the switch there to VREC 1, you're seeing all normal operation at this time?
That's affirmative.
Roger. And LOX 1, advise when you're reestablished topping.
Roger, we're still in retool right now. It should be any minute now.
Roger.
And I'll see we're reestablished topping now.
Roger.
LC 111.
Go ahead.
Yes, understood. Got Easter locks full alarm time. Out of time.
Roger. And we've reestablished topping, so we should get that restored here shortly. Thank you.
So at this point, they've started retopping on the liquid oxygen side on the Centaur upper stage. Sounds like they have not restarted topping yet on the liquid hydrogen side, as they made the transfer to this new data system, this backup data system. There was an inadvertent venting of some helium that is also being worked at this time. So, Stephen, a lot that was thrown at us in the last 10 minutes or so, but it sounds like there is what sounds like a good fix in work, that they seem to have a handle on it now at this point. LOX topping has resumed, hydrogen topping expected to resume shortly, as we are now less than 15 minutes away from the point at which they're supposed to do the hatch closure. Your perspective on where we are now in reaching these milestones.
Yeah. Well, some good news there first. It sounds like they've regained control over the valves that they were concerned about a little bit earlier this morning. The helium leak sounds like it was unexpected, and did hear that the ULA team has convened another anomaly team. This is the team that is kind of like a standing board of engineers ready to respond to any sort of anomaly or glitch or issue during the countdown. They just finished their work looking at the recovering these valves, these topping valves, and now they're now being tasked to look at this unexpected helium event that occurred out.
Go ahead.
Start center and chill down.
Roger.
And it does sound like with that chill down there.
Go ahead.
Looking for approval to go ahead and move the hatch frame and continue with hatch closure prep.
Roger, proceed.
Copy.
Yeah, well, I was just saying the engine chill down looks like they're pressing on with some of the Centaur ops that were on hold earlier due to this topping valve issue, and now we're...
Go ahead. I'm ready for provide a recommendation for the Centaur bottle repress.
Roger, LD, channel 1.
LD on 1.
Proceed, AC.
Okay, so we need to have the PNE2 use option 350 to reset the stop flow, and then option 320 to deselect resume. That will get us back in configuration and recharge the bottle.
Roger. Understand and concur. LD?
LD concurs.
And PNE2, LC?
Good.
Roger, you ready to execute that this time?
Can you please repeat the steps of initiating CEC?
Roger. That's option 350 to reset the stop flow, and then 320 to deselect and resume.
Got it. I'm prepared.
Roger, proceed.
Roger.
And fuel 2, LC?
Got it.
Roger. Have you been able to restart topping at this time?
Affirmative. In topping.
Roger. And everything's nominal?
Affirmative.
At some point, could you give me an estimate when you think you'd be back at flight level?
Affirmative. I will get back to you.
Thank you. And lots 2, LC?
Go ahead.
Roger. Have you initiated topping yet?
I confirm rechill was successful. Currently at 98.9.
Roger. So Flight and Slick and Starliner, channel 1.
Flight here.
Starliner, go ahead.
Roger. So at this time, we've completed the transfer from VREC 3 to VREC 1, and all our systems are back active topping and returning Centaur helium to flight pressure. So at this time, I think we're on track to continue with the countdown, and flight, I think we can emergency patch for the time being.
Good news, LC. Nice work.
Roger. Thanks, Starliner.
Hey, good news. Flight copies. We'll deconfigure.
LC, Fuel 2.
Go ahead.
Should be approximately 20 minutes.
Roger.
Alrighty, Steven. So it's been a busy couple of minutes as we've been listening in, but it sounds like just looking at a recap post from DULA that they've implemented their workaround, fixing the ground issue, Centaur, switched to what they describe as redundant circuitry. And as we heard in the call-out, they've been given the go-ahead for the blue team to begin the hatch closure process. The Centaur engine chill down, as you mentioned, is also in work. And it sounds like they are pressing on towards launch coming up in 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 15 seconds. So little hairy there for a moment, but seems like things are back in motion in a good way.
That's what it seems like, Will. We also heard back from the ULA anomaly team. They did a very quick assessment. Sounds like it just took a few minutes to evaluate that helium vent that we heard about when they restored these valve function, topping valve function a few minutes ago. And seems like they already have a solution for that as well. Of course, that helium vent is from the launch vehicle, not from the Starliner spacecraft, separate from the helium leak that we've been covering for a few weeks now. But it sounds like they've got that issue solved, and there's a path forward for proceeding with the countdown after evaluating that issue as well.
Yeah, it's certainly good news that they were able to work as quickly as they are, and we are still ahead of the countdown timeline, which, as we noted, shows hatch closure being complete at L-minus 1 hour and 10 minutes. So they've still got about 7 minutes to go before they are scheduled to wrap that up and perform some leak checks. We are standing by for the next weather briefing as well for the crew. So, Stephen, as it looks like things are pressing forward for a launch in a little over an hour, we've heard in the weeks and months leading up to this mission about some of the manual operations that the Starliner crew were going to be performing on their way to the International Space Station, some of the things they're going to be doing while docked to the ISS. Is there a particular piece of this mission that you're specifically looking forward to as, things get going?
Yeah, there are several points. One of those, of course, are these manual flying demonstrations that Butch and Sunny will be going through once they get into orbit. I think the first manual flying demonstration is just about 3 hours or so into the flight. Once they get into orbit from the Atlas V rocket, they'll be doing some manual flying in basically manual control mode. And then after they leave the space station, perhaps after about an 8-day stay, they'll do another manual flying demonstration during the departure sequence, where they'll actually down mode to a backup controller to go to, if they had a series of computer failures, they could actually use this manual control mode to control Starliner, fly Starliner without any of the primary computers functional. So that'll be an interesting demonstration as well. Of course, the launch and the reentry and landing, big moments for the Starliner, and we're about to see the launch in about 1 hour and 15 minutes, hopefully. And so I think I'm also just curious to hear what Butch and Sunny's impressions are of the environment riding into space on the Atlas V. This is the 100th flight of ULA's Atlas V rocket. First time anyone has ever flown on it, obviously. That's why we're here covering this historic test flight. And so I'm just curious to get Butch and Sunny's impressions of the shaking, vibrations, the sensations during the launch, and all the various separation events on the way.
Air to ground 1.
Go ahead, Pat. Starliner.
Starliner, be advised we've been given a go to proceed with final hatch closure.
Outstanding. Nice job, guys. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Much appreciated. See you when you
or longer.
Some good words there from Butch to the flight control teams as they've been given the final go-ahead for final hatch closure to move forward. saying we'll see you in a couple of weeks. So it sounds like things are really moving and grooving with this mission, and we'll be getting a launch in just a little over an hour. And as we're at L minus 1 hour, 12 minutes, 49 seconds and counting, we're going to go ahead and say farewell to our friend Stephen Clark, again, reporter over at Ars Technica covering the space beat alongside his colleague Eric Berger. In addition to heading over to the website, Stephen, where can folks keep up with your work?
Yeah, well, you can follow me on X at Stephen Clark1 is my handle on X. I do post some tidbits of news, and all of my stories I share there as well. So check me out on X or at arstechnica.com.
And every other week, Stephen shares the duties of writing the Rocket Report, a nice rundown of the week's events on the Space Beat. And I will just note before we say goodbye to Stephen that he is celebrating a birthday from a couple of days ago. So happy belated birthday, my friend.
Thank you, Will. Let's get a belated candle this morning or this afternoon.
Well, with all due respect, we ask that you do not blow it out and just enjoy the views.
Will do, Will. Thanks for having me again, and looking forward to joining you again soon.
Alrighty. Thanks, Stephen. And for the rest of us here, we are now L minus 1 hour, 11 minutes, 30 seconds and counting. Getting some great views from the helicopter circling Space Launch Complex 41, where you see the Atlas V rocket standing by. They've been doing some troubleshooting on the Centaur upper stage and got some fixes connected to a ground issue. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, we're going to have one more live interview, as it has been certainly a breezy day and weather is always top of mind. We're going to be talking with one of the 45th Weather Squadron's launch weather officers about some of the things that they're tracking for this mission and along the flight path. So stand by. We're looking forward to bringing you that conversation in just a few minutes.
Starliner, Houston on 1.
Houston Starliner, go ahead.
Starliner, Houston back with you, ready for pre-launch cabin leak check. You can prepare for cabin pressurization per your checklist. Configure the HIU Vox sensitivity knobs to maximum.
Good work. Cabin vent valve cap is removed.
We copy, cabin vent valve cap removes. And Starliner Houston, the ground team's going to perform cabin pressurization at this time. You can expect a caution for cabin P high and for cabin PPO2 high due to the higher cabin pressure. Acknowledge the alarms.
Starliner copies, Wilco.
And welcome back to our live coverage of the Starliner crew flight test. We are currently L minus 1 hour, 3 minutes, 4 seconds and counting. The hatch is closed on Starliner. Things are progressing very nicely towards the liftoff of the Atlas V rocket supporting Starliner. It's going to send it on its way to the International Space Station with crew on board for the very first time. And of course, when it comes to any crew mission, or really any launch at all, an important thing to consider is the weather, which is why this gentleman is standing right next to me. This is Mark Berger. He's a launch weather officer with the 45th Weather Squadron. Mark, thanks for joining us this morning.
Sure thing, Will. Good morning.
Good morning to you. And so, you know, for us just standing out here who have been experiencing things at the press site, it's felt breezy. I mean, you can see the flags blowing, some of the windsocks, you know, whipping about. It seems like it may be too windy for a layman to move forward with some operations. You say not so, and actually the winds have been trending in a good direction. Tell us about that.
Yeah, indeed. So the trend is our friend. That's the upshot here today. So you're right, it's a breezy day. That being said, winds continue to be a watch item for us, but they have trended downward here over the last several hours. So right now, we're actually looking very good for weather, both obviously a sunny day, so no lightning launch commit criteria concerns, and user constraints as far as wind look good too.
And so coming into this launch opportunity, it looks from the forecast that there was a 10% chance of violating weather conditions. Does that percentage still hold at this point, or has that shifted at all?
It still holds. I mean, obviously winds do have a tendency to vary quite a bit instantaneously, so that's what we're watching as we approach terminal count. It will remain breezy through that, even though the trend has been downward. I think we're kind of in a steady state position as we are now. So we're just inside of our launch constraints for liftoff as far as wind is concerned, and we should stay there as well. So still 90% chance of go.
Well, that's certainly good to hear. Obviously, not only conditions at the pad that you and your team are watching, but given that this is a crewed mission, you're looking all along the ascent corridor. Talk to us about what you and your team are tracking as far as some of the different abort areas. Are things looking like they're in a good condition should they need to call upon one of those?
Absolutely. So of course, one of the issues here right out the gate is what the winds are doing here and the weather is doing here in case there's a very short-term abort. Obviously those weather conditions good, winds a little bit on the high side, but manageable. If we go up the Atlantic coast, again, weather conditions are pretty optimal. In fact, the winds are lesser there than they are here, and sky conditions are favorable, and sea state. So the waves, of course, if there was a splashdown, look pretty good today as well. Tomorrow, they degrade just marginally, but again, still pretty good for even early part of June.
Gotcha. And, just a little bit about yourself before we let you go. Obviously, there's a lot of meteorologists out there that have varying passions within tracking weather conditions. How did you happen to, have your career line up with, being a launch weather officer, and what does that involve beyond, the forecast that we see you guys put out?
Yeah, so luck probably more than anything, and just interest at a very young age. So I grew up in Kansas, so I was used to seeing severe weather, tornadoes, hail, blizzards, all of that. So that fostered a very young interest in the in weather. But I also was a young kid when the Challenger disintegrated, and so at that time I just wanted to be involved both in weather and in space. So I worked for the National Weather Service out of college for 19 years, and when I saw this job opportunity come up, couldn't resist, and I was like, please take me, and they did. So 5 years in here, and it's the best job in the world.
Excellent. Well, we appreciate your expertise and insight, Mark Berger.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much with the 45th Weather Squadron. Of course, we have a lot more coming up on the countdown to the launch of the Starliner spacecraft. Butch, Wilmore, Sunita Williams on board. We've got now just under an hour before liftoff. We'll be right back with you. More launch coverage to come here on Spaceflight Now.
LC, this is FTS on Channel 1.
Go FTS.
Operation 55, Step 270, FTS open loop test is complete.
Roger.
Starliner, it's Houston on 1. Good pressure. The side hatch is being configured now. Audible noises may be heard.
Standing by, thanks.
We're now L minus 51 minutes, 53 seconds and counting. Our thanks again to Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger with the 45th Weather Squadron for some good insight into what the meteorologists tracking this mission are watching. Taking a look at the live chat real quick, want to thank the more than 8,000 of you who are joining with us live. And sincere thanks to those who have been soldiering on with us since the start of our coverage nearly 4 hours ago now at this point. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that like button. Allow some more folks to find their way into this live coverage as we continue to track the progress towards the liftoff of the Starliner spacecraft atop the Atlas V rocket. You see NASA astronauts Commander Butch Wilmore, pilot Sunita Williams, in the Starliner spacecraft with the hatch closed now. Coming up at L minus 35 minutes, they will do another communications check with the crew on board the spacecraft. And then the blue team, the A team of the blue team, will depart the pad. Want to thank a few folks for their support this late morning as we trend towards the afternoon here on the Space Coast. Our thanks to channel member Rick Donner for gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that, Rick. To our, we'll actually join that along with Donna Hayes, who also gifted 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. So to our newest 10 members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. Be sure to thank Rick and Don in the live chat if you haven't already. Thanks to Norman Reitzel for a $5 super chat. And yes, ULA is in a good position to move forward with the solution to the ground issue that they had. And
L minus 50 minutes.
We're now L minus 49 minutes, 55 seconds and counting. Big thanks to my mom, who's joining us in the live chat with a very, very generous $50 super chat. Thanks, Mom. And say hello to
Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Hey, cabin pressurization is complete. They are in the leak check. We're finishing up hatch access panel work and clearing the white room, so we expect to be clearing out here in a couple minutes.
Roger.
Some good calls from there, about to get things wrapped up in the white room, preparing for the departure of the blue team's A team. Finally, for now, thanks to John Barnard for a $10 super chat. Asking, is the moving aerial feed a ULA drone, or do they have a helicopter out there? They have a helicopter out there. It's a NASA helicopter. Good question. There are some, of course, space companies that use drones, and ULA certainly does as well, but for the aerial shots that we've been seeing, they're being provided via helicopter, which you may see passing in the background of some of our shots. And thanks to Space Pony, one of our other channel members, for gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships as well. Appreciate that, Space Pony. Well, as we continue to track the progress of the crew and the flight teams towards a liftoff in 48 minutes, 26 seconds, let's go ahead and listen into one of the flight directors who's going to be taking the helm once the crew is docked to the International Space Station, and learn a little bit more about what their time on orbit is going to be like. It's going to be a busy time, as they're not only doing some manual checkouts of the spacecraft on their way to the station, as we heard our friend Stephen Clark from Ars Technica mention, but also once docked to station. So here's Vincent talking about what's going to happen with Butch, Sunny, and Starliner once it's docked to the ISS.
My name is Vincent LaCourte. I'm the lead International Space Station Flight Director for CFT. I was selected into the office in 2015. I'm going to walk through our dock time frame with the International Space Station. Our main goals of the dock mission are a few. There's to practice and validate the planned operations for long duration missions. We're also going to perform some contingency operations just in case we were ever to need those in contingencies, and then we'll do some cargo operations. Our lead planners, who are Richie Chantlos and Izzy Lasky, did a great job of trying to fit all the puzzle pieces together and have figured out that we can do our mission in a minimum of 8 dock days. So we have a few graphics I'm going to show you to kind of show you how the mission will look day by day. So the first of all, just as Mike said, we usually dock about 24 hours after launch. Once you arrive and dock to the space station, you're going to get, the crew is going to egress, get out of their ascent and entry suits. Then they're going to repress the vestibules and be able to open the hatches, and then they'll go on to the space station, and we'll have our welcome ceremony that you'll get to watch on NASA TV. Then the ISS crew members conduct a safety briefing where they'll be able to take Butch and Sunny and remind them of where all the emergency hardware lives on the International Space Station in case we have any contingencies when they're on board. Now let's go ahead and go to flight day 3, which is dock day number 2. On this day, we're unloading all of the cargo, and we're also configuring the vehicle for quiescent operations. If you can imagine, when the Starliner is there for 6 months, you don't want to use all the power and leave all of your equipment running the whole time. So what the quiescent ops does is it basically powers off all the redundant equipment that you don't really need. The crew will still be able to go inside the capsule. They have good lights, good displays, good ventilation, things like that. But all of the extra computers and stuff like that will be powered off. We'll also get to do some emergency hardware transfer, getting ready again for some of the contingency operations that we're going to practice later in the mission. Let's go again to dock day number 3. On dock day number 3, we're going to do some of our operational checkouts. The first main one we're going to do is called our safe haven checkout. If you can imagine, if you have an emergency on ISS, you want to be able to get in your Earth return vehicle, isolate yourself, and make sure you're in a safe environment. So that's what we'll practice. Butch and Sunny will go into Starliner. They'll close the hatch. They'll basically completely power up the vehicle on their own to practice if they were getting ready for an emergency undock and return. So we'll basically make sure all that stuff works in a kind of a steady environment. On entry, we have a system called a sublimator that provides cooling for the vehicle that uses water. If for some reason there's any kind of leak or any kind of where we need additional water, we have the capability to refill that on board, even though you normally would not need to do that. So we'll get to practice that, again, just to make sure all the hardware connects correctly, make sure all the procedures are accurate. So that way, if we need that in a contingency, we're ready for that. On the long duration mission, we'll have 4 crew members, And so what we'll do is we'll borrow a few ISS crew members, have them float into Starliner with Butch and Sunny, and we'll practice that day of free flight to see how would we orient ourselves with 4 crew members. So we'll get to practice that before the long duration mission. And then we'll get to do a Boeing event where we'll have all of the engineers and employees who worked really hard to get Starliner on board. They'll get to interact with the crew and spend some time with them and see all that great hardware they built in space. We'll go to the next day, dock day number 4. So usually in the 6-month mission, 7 days before the mission ends, you'll take that quiescent config and do a complete power up and basically check out all the missions systems to make sure all the computers come on, make sure all the equipment is working. We're basically going to test that out on dock day number 4. Butch and Sunny will basically sit in the capsule and watch all of the displays and watch all the units come up, so that way they can understand how all the systems are working. Now let's go to flight day number 6, which is dock day number 5. We put this sample day in there. As Mike said, orbital dynamics will really drive what day we're able to undock. So if it's longer than the 8-day mission, this is one of the days we'll put in. So we'll give the crew a half day off. Again, they're very busy on all these days, so they'll get a little bit of rest. We've also trained Butch and Sunny to be able to do basically all of the key International Space Station tasks that could exist for them. So they're ready for any preventive maintenance, corrective maintenance tasks, as well as a lot of science tasks. So we'll ask the Space Station program what extra activities are available, and Butch and Sunny will go back to their International Space Station lives on their previous missions and get to do some of those tasks that they remember doing. Let's go to dock day number 6. At this point, we're really now focused on the end of the mission. So we're going to load all of the cargo that's going to come home on the Starliner and start some of that undock preparations. That emergency equipment that was in Starliner, we'll now take that out and put it back on the ISS where it lives. One of the other training simulations we fly on Starliner is on entry, it's all automated, but there is the capability that if needed, the crew can take manual control and fly an entry. For Butch, he's just going to practice that right before launch, so he doesn't need a lot of practice. But on the 6-month mission, you want the crew to be able to get in that simulator and really practice those entries to make sure they're ready in case they need it. We'll get to practice that on dock day number 6. Let's go to the next day. Now we'll really do a full undock power up, make sure the vehicle is completely ready. We're going to have a conference with the crew to walk through all of their flight test objectives, make sure they give us feedback, so that way if we need to adjust any procedures or adjust any hardware, we can do that before Starliner 1. And then we'll have our standard departure news conference. Then we go to our next day. What we did is we went ahead and put in a sleep shift day because, again, because of orbital dynamics, you don't always get to undock at the same time of day. So this will give us a chance to sleep shift the crew for any time we need. And then we go to dock day number 9, which will be our last day on the International Space Station. We'll get to do our farewell TV events. The crew will get in their ascent entry suit. We'll close the hatch, and then we'll get ready to leave.
We're now at L minus 40 minutes and counting. As you can see, they are in the process of securing the white room as we are less than 40 minutes away from the launch of the Atlas V rocket. see they're hoisting away the cover so that they can perform the crew arm retract sequence coming up here in just a little bit. Crew arm retraction happens at about L-minus 11 minutes. And in just a few minutes, once the crew finishes their work here, after they've finished up in the White Room, they will secure their equipment and then...
Starliner Houston, that's a good vent and a good leak check. You can close and cap the vent valve per your checklist, configure the HIU box sensitivity knobs back to desired.
Hey, Starliner copies in work.
Some good call-outs there from the teams on the loop. Taking a look at our live chat here, I want to thank the more than 10,000 of you who are watching with us live. If you haven't already, be sure to hit that like button and allow some more folks to find their way into our live coverage. It'd be much appreciated. I also want to thank a couple more folks for supporting our live stream this morning, getting close to the afternoon. Thanks to Valerie Jones, one of our wonderful channel members, for a $10 super chat. Thank you, Valerie, and good to see you this morning. Valerie says, this is exciting. Thank you for your excellent coverage. You're very welcome, Valerie, and thank you for your support of it. And Jim Graham with also a $10 super chat. Thank you, Jim. Asking for...
Houston Starliner cabin vent valve closed and capped.
Houston copies close and cap. Good config. A couple minutes ahead of schedule, but if you want, you can grab your checklist and we'll go through the final AE checklist updates now.
Okay, we're ready.
All right, Starliner, first for comm checks, they're complete. We have each other loud and clear. Moving on to the updates. I think it's all no change, but for the record,
LC, this is Blue Team Lead.
Go ahead.
Environmental field has been raised and White Room is configured for launch. Blue Team is ready to clear the pad.
Roger. Clear the blue team to the FHA roadblock.
Roger.
14
OSM, LC.
54
OSM.
14
Clear the flight
54.
hazard area. Turn area warning system lights for complex 41 to flashing red, and sound the area warning horn.
Triage.
Actually, hold on the area warning horn.
I'll copy.
Roger. Hold on the horn.
And as you just
Okay,
heard...
MECO 4:29. MECO
FE, LC.
11:54.
Go ahead.
Disable
LV
CAT
7,
TVM system monitoring.
14:54.
Roger.
We copy 28 seconds, excess burn duration, and we'll go north to triage 6 if necessary.
LCFE.
Go ahead.
And those are all good words, Starliner. Good readback. One
Roger.
additional item for you. In the commander's folio, you'll recall you have your two tablets. You've got a serial number 12 and a serial number 13. They're both ready to go, but one thing for you. Serial number 12, we were looking at footage here. Its time is out of sync. So it's no issue for you till orbit. When you're on orbit, you'll want to get that tablet, serial number 12, back in sync with the time on your DUs. It's only going to influence where you see the red line and bold. So if you did have to use bold before that, go ahead and do it on 13. Otherwise, we'll just resync in flight, and we can help you with that when we get there.
All right, good words. We'll copy that, and if we have any questions when we get there, we'll give you a call. And I have confirmed that I can reach the tablet.
Houston copies.
That voice you were hearing was Josh Kutrick, Capcom, giving some advice to Butch and Sunny regarding their tablets. As you heard, a lot of good call-outs over the last few minutes. The White Room closeout has been completed. The blue team's A-team is now preparing to depart the pad. And you heard that they're going to be turning the red...
LC Flight Channel 1.
Go ahead, flight.
Ready for comm check the crew on CC Integran 2.
Roger.
L-minus 35 minutes.
LC Starliner, loud and clear.
Starliner Houston, we followed all that. That completes the comm checks. Good comm checks all around.
Good comm checks all around. Thanks.
And as you heard, good comm check between crew and mission control. They're continuing to step well through the remaining items left on the countdown. We are L minus 33 minutes, 43 seconds and counting. Coming up on the next weather briefing, it'll come up at L minus 30 minutes. The T minus clock is preparing to sync up with the L minus clock that's coming at L minus 4 minutes. That's when the T minus 4 minute hold will be allowed to be released. And they'll move forward with the terminal count at that point.
LC, this flight control.
Standby flight control.
Blue team has cleared the path.
And confirmation there that the blue team's A team has now officially departed the pad.
LC.
Go ahead, OSM.
Yes, sir. Would you like me to go ahead and sound the horn at this time?
Yes, please.
Roger.
And flight control, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to give you step 70 for adjust if you're ready.
Okay, proceed.
L-3 primary steering file adjust underscore AV085 underscore 06 with SDL CRC 2912 has been received, verified, and is ready to load into the Inca.
Proceed with load.
Roger.
Roger, SE.
LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Per step 20, operation 60, blast engine area is clear.
Roger.
L-30 minutes.
RC, conduct weather briefing on Channel 8 Weather Conference Net.
Roger.
Arm control, start arm hydraulic final prep.
Roger.
LOX 1, perform pogo suppressor charge.
Roger.
Prop 1, perform RD-180 transducer converter calibration.
Roger.
P&E 2, perform Centaur LH2 SVV cycle test.
Roger.
Callouts you're hearing are some of the nominal steps to make sure that the rocket is in a good position to launch in just under 29 minutes from now.
LC Prop 1.
Go ahead.
RD-180 transducer calibration is complete, and the engine FIB is in a closed condition.
Roger.
L minus 29 minutes.
Flight control, start flight control, final prep.
Roger.
Taking a look at the live chat here, I want to thank a few more folks for your support this afternoon. Coming up on the afternoon. Jim Graham with a $10 super chat saying, can you say hi to my wife Lisa Adams with me here in Titusville? Well, hello to both of you, Lisa and Jim. Thank you for your support today. Thanks as well to one of our wonderful moderators and channel members, Callistia Lee, for a very generous $20 super chat. Thanks, Callistia, for supporting us on that level. And I'll echo her sentiment saying, if you haven't already, hit the like button to support this stream and make it easier for others to find. It's free and easy to do.
LC PNE2.
Go ahead.
Since our LH2 SVB cycle tests are complete.
Roger.
And while we are still tracking the progress of the Atlas V mission, be remiss if we didn't also note at the same time.
And flight control, LC.
Go ahead.
Roger. Do we have the temperature update complete?
Roger. The RP1 temperature update complete.
Roger. Prop 1, initiate fuel fill sequence.
Roger.
SpaceX is currently in the process of restacking its Starship rocket in southern Texas.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we've been discussing it for the CISA temp. It's a noisy measurement. I'd like to take this to 6, get a recommendation, probably to disable.
Roger. Convene the anomaly team and provide a recommendation.
We'll go.
L minus 27 minutes.
Taking a look at the underside of the Ship 29 upper stage.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
Step 100. Arm hydraulic final preps are complete.
Roger.
The larger engine nozzles are for the Raptor vacuum engines. The 3 Raptors in the center are the same type of Raptors as the 33 that are at the base of the Super Heavy booster. SpaceX has spent the last couple of days or so, we believe, getting the flight termination systems installed onto the vehicle as they're now restacking it for what very well may be the final time before Flight 4, the 4th test launch of the Starship rocket. So 2 important test vehicles currently in preparation for, one, a launch planned for today, another for a launch potentially as soon as June 5th, pending FAA approval. So we'll, of course, continue to keep tabs on what's happening down in Starbase with this launch coming up again as soon as next week, but just wanted to give you an update on the stacking, which is currently in progress. Looking at live pictures right here from our friends at Lab Padre in southern Texas.
L minus 25 minutes.
LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Per step 60, flight hazard area has been cleared. All personnel accounted for.
Roger.
No, L minus 24 minutes, 19 seconds and counting. We are coming up on the flight director's go-no-go poll for the proceeding into terminal count as we are waiting.
LC, I want to say.
Go ahead.
Yes, we've discussed the CISA temp, and we have a recommendation for you.
LD, gentlemen. LD. Proceed, AC.
Okay, this measurement is noisy, but all of our actual components are reading as expected. We are recommending disabling line item 390.
Roger, LC concurs. LD?
LD concurs.
Roger. RLM, LC?
RLM on 1.
Roger, please disable line item 390.
Active.
LC, this is flight control.
Go ahead.
Step 90, flight control final preps complete and Atlas hydraulics at standby pressure.
Roger.
LC RLM on 1.
Go ahead.
Line item 390 has been disabled.
Roger.
LC, this is flight control.
Go ahead.
Step 110, L-3 primary steering file adjust underscore AV 085 underscore 06 with SDL CRC 2912 has been verified and loaded into the Inca.
Roger.
minus 23 minutes.
SYS LC.
Yep.
Switch all secondary DCOMs to RF link and verify lock.
Roger.
Also initiate orbital parameter calculations on primary CCLS.
Roger.
minus 22 minutes.
LC Locks 1.
Go ahead.
Pogo suppressor charge is complete.
Roger.
Really nice wide shot here at the press site, the Kennedy Space Center. You see
minus 21 minutes.
Flags blowing in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, just to the left of the historic countdown clock. Just beneath the American flag is the crew mission flag. The mission patch for all of the commercial crew flights will fly in the run-up to...
LCSYS.
Go ahead.
Step 90, all secondary DCOMs verified on RF link.
Roger.
To their launch, and that's what you're seeing here. Some thin and wispy clouds hanging around Florida's Space Coast this afternoon, as we heard from Mark Berger, though. Still 90% favorable conditions for liftoff. Keeping an eye on the winds, of course, but they have been trending down as far as wind speeds. So that is certainly good.
minus 20 minutes.
Starliner, there's
Pini-1, reinitiate HV charging.
Configure
Roger.
suit flow.
RLM, verify redline monitor and event table are in the correct configuration for terminal count.
Verified. Good work.
RC, verify solar radiation acceptable for launch.
Verified.
You see the crew pulling their visors down, taking a look inside the ASOC here over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, and back to the crew inside the Starliner spacecraft. L minus 19
Houston,
minutes.
Starliner, visor config complete.
Houston copies, visor config complete.
Good call out from Sunny to the team.
All communications switch to channel 1. All personnel and visitors remain in present position until launch. Maintain operational silence in the LCC.
This is the LC with a terminal count briefing. If a condition exceeds the launch constraint anytime after the terminal count status check, the observer shall announce hold, hold, hold on channel 1, identify their station, and briefly state the reason for the hold.
And so you heard the standard announcement there, calling out the hold procedures should an issue arise within the next 18 minutes and some change.
LC problem.
Go ahead.
Fuel fill sequence is complete. Start bottle fill is nominal.
Roger.
L minus 18 minutes.
Flight control, perform launch on time verification.
Roger.
L minus 17 minutes.
OSM, place SRB ignition SNA switch to the enable position.
SRB ignition enabled.
And verify FCO, RCO, and OSM hold fire switches are in the proceed position.
Ready to proceed.
Launch on time verified.
Roger.
LC P81.
Go ahead.
AHB charging reestablished and at flight mass.
Roger.
L minus 16 minutes.
Roger.
We're now L minus 15 minutes, 37 seconds and counting, as we're within the last just about 15 and a half minutes of the count. If you weren't here with us before when we talked about the launch plan once the mission leaves the pad, let's go ahead and briefly take a quick look back at the launch timeline for this particular flight.
The mission itself is being overseen through various flight control directors. They are NASA employees who Boeing contracted for various stages in flight. Kelly Beck is the Mission Operations Manager, and Jennifer Hammond is the Mission Operations Manager for the space station. As we break down the mission profile, we'll introduce you to some more of the flight directors overseeing the various stages of the CFT mission. Launch begins with the liftoff of the Atlas V rocket at Space Launch Complex 41. 12 seconds into flight, the vehicle will roll to line up Starliner with its target orbit and move Butch and Sunny into a heads-up position. The Atlas V will reach max Q, the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the rocket, about 45 seconds into the ascent. The RD-180 engine on the Atlas booster will throttle up at T plus 1 minute and 7 seconds. That's followed by the conclusion of the solid rocket booster burn at T plus 1 minute and 33 seconds. The SRBs separate from the booster about a minute later. The Atlas booster will continue for another 2 minutes before booster engine cutoff or BECO, and then the booster separation happens about 6 seconds after that. The ascent cover at the top of the Starliner is jettisoned at about the same time as well. 2 RL-10A4-2 engines on the Centaur upper stage ignite at T plus 4 minutes and 48 seconds, and the aeroskirt is jettisoned just after the 5-minute mark. The Centaur upper stage will continue its burn until nearly 12 minutes after liftoff. The Starliner spacecraft separates from Centaur about 15 minutes into flight. Finally, Starliner will conduct the orbital insertion burn at about 31 minutes after liftoff. Mike Lammers is the flight director for Ascent and Entry.
What's really kind of cool about Starliner is that it's very much a kind of a pilot's spacecraft, right? So it's really maneuverable. I mean, I'm sure folks have given you some of the technical details, but there's close to 50 reaction control and orbital maneuvering jets on it, and and there's a stick. And what's really cool about it is when you have astronauts that are pilots, they really gravitate towards using it.
I'm sure you saw in Houston that suit fan Bravo went down and switched to Alpha. It had a BP low, and then it, of course, went off. We still show Houston, power to Alpha is on.
Houston copies. minus 13 minutes. And Starliner, we showed the same for your info. We're swapping suit fans back to Bravo. Continue to stand by for us.
And within the last couple of minutes, as we were talking about the ascent, noted that there noted a problem with the primary suit fan, which is necessary to keep the air circulating. That's why they've got their visors open right now. Capcom, Josh Kutrick from the Canadian Space Agency, asked them to open up the visors as they shift to a redundant mode here.
Minus 12 minutes.
Issue is continuing to be worked at this time. Now less than L minus 12 minutes. We're closing in on the convergence between the L minus clock and the T minus clock, which go ahead and show you this.
Flight Channel 1.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the condition we're in an LTT condition with both suit fans down. We're trying to get these reactivated, but we're going to proceed.
Roger. So good to stow the crew access arm.
I'm go.
Roger.
And you heard they will be able to withdraw the crew access arm at this time as they continue to work the primary fan issue on the suit. So you see the big clock there, out there on the press lawn. That is the L minus clock. The H minus dash 4. That is the
11 minutes.
T minus clock.
Arm control, stow the crew access arm for launch.
Roger.
They will sync these two clocks once they hit L minus 4 minutes if they are ready to proceed with the terminal count. Though they did just get the clearance to begin the crew arm retract there. So the crew access arm will swing away from the rocket and the Starliner capsule as Boeing teams continue to work the issue on the primary fan.
Starliner, on our end, we brought suit fan Bravo back on. It looked good. We need both. We need to prove that A is also there, so we're commanding Alpha on and then off at this time. More to follow.
Yep, we see it. And we're still visors up, so you know.
All right.
Minus 2 minutes.
Flight, verify CST 100 on internal power.
Verified.
Starliner, configure ordnance for launch.
That's in work.
And you see the crew access arm swinging away, this camera from inside the white room that has been showing views of the Starliner.
Flight Channel 1.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we reactivated suit fan Bravo. Suit fan Alpha is also working, so we cleared our LCC condition. And for the crew, you can take visors down.
Visors down and ordnance configured.
LC copies both.
And some good news here that they've fixed the fan issue. Butch and Sunny are clear to close their visors once again. We are now less than 9 minutes away from the launch of the Atlas V rocket, Starliner, for its first crewed flight mission in its history.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
Crew access arms stowed for launch.
Roger. LC switch to ready position. All steps are complete prior to status check.
We are less than just about 10 seconds away from the status check to proceed towards the terminal count, coming up in mere seconds. Let's listen in.
L minus 7 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Atlas systems, propulsion,
Go.
hydraulics,
Go.
pneumatics,
Go.
LO2,
Go.
water,
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion,
Go.
pneumatics,
Go.
LO2,
Go.
LH2,
Go.
has gas,
Go.
electrical systems, airborne,
Go.
ground,
Go.
facility,
Go.
RFFTS,
Go.
flight control,
Go.
GCQ,
Go.
op support,
Go.
comm,
Go.
umbilicals,
Go.
arm control,
Go.
ECS,
Go.
redline monitor,
Go.
quality,
Go.
op safety manager,
Go.
ULA safety officer,
Go.
vehicle system engineer,
Go.
anomaly chief,
Go.
range coordinator,
Clear to proceed.
flight director,
Houston flight is go.
Starliner,
Starliner, go.
launch director,
You have permission to launch.
proceeding with the count. ALC, verify T0 is set for 16:25:40 Zulu.
Verified.
Starliner net is clear.
And with that, team.
Thank you, LC. To all of you sitting on console, whether you're in Houston, BMCC, ASOC, Atlas, this is a great day to be proud of your nation. And all of you listening as well, whether you're at Banana Creek or the Causeway or the rooftop of LCC or the ASOC, and other places around our nation, like the Bay Area building and other places where you are viewing what's taking place. Again, for you, it's a great day to be proud of your nation, great day to be proud of Boeing, great day to be proud of ULA and NASA. And we are one nation under God, indivisible. And when we together use the power of that combination, we can do some pretty amazing things. So LC, with that, we are ready to put some fire in this rocket and propel this spacecraft to the International Space Station, where all these fine Americans have designed and have prepared it to be. Calypso, take us to space and back.
Roger, Starliner.
LC flight, Starliner configured for terminal count.
Roger. All steps are complete prior to terminal count.
On my mark, the time will be T-minus 4 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark. .355.
Ground pyros enabled.
And with that, the hold has been lifted. The planned hold.
Hold. Flight control receive to CCLS. Hold it. Approximately T-minus 350.
And we've just been given
LC switch not ready.
Word on a
All
hold.
personnel turn to recycle section. Operation 80. LC switch is not ready. Clock stopped at T-minus 3 minutes 50 seconds. Starliner, you should not hear any vent at this point.
Starliner standing by.
And just
ALC reset countdown clock to T-minus 4 minutes and holding.
Active. LC Puny 2.
Go ahead.
Sensor tank pressures are stable.
Roger.
LC Peony 1.
Go ahead.
Atlas tank pressures are stable.
Roger. OSM, place SRB ignition SNA switch to disabled position.
SRB ignition disabled.
Okay, consoles, step 60, report launch vehicle status. Atlas lead.
Atlas tank pressures and helium bottles stable. Atlas propulsion system stable.
Roger. Centaur lead.
Centaur tank pressures and helium bottles stable. Centaur propulsion system stable. Has gas readings nominal.
Roger. Vehicle electrical.
And at this point, of course, we
VE, channel 1.
heard the hold that was called. Standing by for some additional information on why it was called. It sounded like some of the elements were not quite ready just as they were coming out of the terminal count, and
Avionics system stable.
all the teams pulled go to proceed with the terminal count. So you see the clock stopped at
And LC can verify no indications of hazards.
T-minus
Flight LC.
3 minutes and 50 seconds.
LC Starliner systems are stable.
Roger.
Heard that the Starliner systems
Starliner,
are
last arm switch to off.
stable. However, because this is a mission launching
Last arm switches.
to the International Space Station, this was an instantaneous launch opportunity, which means they don't have an opportunity to hold, and that means no launch today. The next opportunity that is available per the schedule is tomorrow, Saturday,
FCS in pre-flight mode, SSVAPs
at about 12:03 p.m.
Arm control, deploy the crew access arm.
The crew access arm will now be deployed as
Starliner, proceed with ordnance deactivation.
teams are standing down from a launch opportunity today, and for a second time in just under a month, the Starliner crew flight test is having to be put on hold yet again.
Ordnance deconfigured. All off.
Roger.
LC,
We will continue to
Go
wait
ahead,
for
ALC.
further updates.
countdown clocks reset T-minus 4 minutes and holding.
Roger. Flight, verify CST 100 ordnance is safe.
Verified.
The vehicle is now being safed, meaning being brought in a condition where they can safely bring the crew off the
Okay, all
vehicle.
stations, recycle systems back to T-minus 4 and holding configuration. Hold time occurred at T-minus 3 minutes 50 seconds. Report status at completion.
Of course, they want to understand as much as possible about the vehicle
And
state.
flight LC.
LC.
CST 100 power to external.
Copy. We'll put it in order.
LC locks on.
Go ahead.
Subset Bravo, Atlas LO2 continuing topping.
Roger.
LC locks 2.
Go ahead.
Substep Golf, Centaur LO2 continuing topping.
Roger.
LC, Field 2.
Go ahead.
Centaur LH2, continuing topping.
Roger.
LC,
LC.
Peony 1.
Go ahead, Peony-1.
Atlas Pneumatics, pressure stable.
Roger.
LC, Peony 2.
Go ahead.
Substep Echo, CEC active.
Roger.
And substep Foxtrot, sensor pneumatic system stable.
Roger.
LC, Prop 1.
Go ahead.
Substep Charlie and substep Delta, Atlas propulsion and hydraulic system stable.
Roger.
LC, ECS.
Go ahead.
Substep November, ECS set point stable.
Roger.
LC, this flight control.
Go ahead.
Substep Kilo, flight control ready.
Roger.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
True axis arm is deployed.
Roger.
First step 310, substep Oscar. True axis arm is deployed and launched.
Roger. As you see on your screen here, the crew axis arm is now back in position. When it is clear, the blue team's A team will return to the pad and begin the process of, once again, making sure...
LC, this is RLM on 1.
Go ahead.
Step 310, substep Mike. Red line monitor is ready.
Roger. They will make sure that Butch and Sunny can safely egress the vehicle and go back into quarantine, assuming the issue that caused the hold is not going to prolong things too much. This shouldn't necessarily necessitate another return of the crew to Houston.
LC has gas.
They will likely remain in quarantine here
Go
at
ahead, gas.
the Kennedy Space Center.
Substep Hotel has gas. Normal scan pattern including cap. Roger.
There was a post-launch briefing set for about 2 o'clock this afternoon. We'll, of course, hopefully have that still be maintained so we can learn more about the reason for the hold.
And flight LC?
From NASA, Boeing, and ULA mission leaders.
Channel 1?
Yeah.
Roger. Secure CST-100 prop system. Last valve to remain open.
Flight copies. Probably take us at least 5 minutes here.
Yeah, copy. FTS LC.
FTS?
Yeah, just looking for your recycle status.
Recycled.
Roger. SYS, LC.
Yes, LC, GC3 is ready.
Roger. Launch Director, LC, Channel 1.
LDM1.
Yes, sir. So we had a hold call at T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds by the CCLS launch sequencer. So at this time we've completed our recycle back to T-minus 4 and holding configuration and ready to proceed with a scrub crew egress operation.
Yeah, roger that. Standby.
Roger.
You have a go to proceed, LC.
Roger. Okay, all personnel going to Operation 85. OSM, LC.
OSM.
Establish the BDA roadblocks and open the flight hazard area.
Roger.
And all personnel on Channel 1 will be starting an approximate 65-minute hold at this time for flight crew egress. All systems maintain T-minus 4 and holding configuration. Arm control, LC.
Arm control.
Yeah, per step 40, can you give me that call out on the status of the crew access arm?
Crew access arm deployed and latched. Arm control is terminated, ready for personnel access.
Roger. And FE, LC.
Go ahead.
Start CAT TVM system monitoring.
Roger.
RLM, LC.
RLM on 1.
Disable RLM line items for crew egress per red line report.
Roger.
LCFE.
Go ahead.
CAT TVM system enabled. Readings nominal.
Roger.
LC Flight, Channel 1.
Go ahead, Flight.
Yeah, CST 100's on ground power.
Roger. And Flight, LC.
LC, go ahead.
Yeah, just looking for your estimate for prop system securing, to support pad entry.
Need 5 more minutes.
Roger. Thank you.
So at this point, they are focused on making sure the crew is able to get out of the vehicle safely. That is the first and foremost level of importance for all the teams right now. The vehicle has been safed, and they will continue to go through and characterize the issue that led to the hold and the scrub of the mission. We will stand by for further details. We'll continue to stay with you live as teams are working to help the crew out of the vehicle and back into quarantine.
LC RLM on 1.
Go ahead.
RLM line items disabled for red line report.
Roger. P&E 2, LC.
Go ahead.
Secure CEC and activate safing purge.
Roger.
FTS, LC.
This FTS?
Secure RF, FTS, and GPS metric tracking.
Roger.
LC P&E 2.
Go ahead, P&E 2.
CEC secured and safing purge activated.
Roger.
If you are joining us now at this point, of course, an automatic hold was issued by the ground launch sequencer per NASA. They've not disclosed a reason for that hold and may still be in determination.
Starliner, no action for you in the cabin temp high as long as it's still okay in there.
Yeah, we're fine. No action.
As we continue to track the process of the crews returning to the crew access arm to help the NASA astronauts safely egress from the Starliner spacecraft and head back into quarantine, continuing to keep the vehicle.
LC flight channel 1.
Go ahead.
Prop system is secure.
Roger.
In a safe configuration. Do want to express our thanks to some of the folks.
This is the LC on 1 with a readiness poll for pad entry. Atlas systems, propulsion.
System stable.
Pneumatics.
Tank pressure stable, bottles at flight pressure.
LO2.
Popping at flight level.
Water.
System stable.
Centaur systems, propulsion.
System stable.
Pneumatics.
Tank pressure stable, bottles at flight pressure.
LO2.
Stopping at flight level.
LH2.
Topping at flight level.
Has gas.
Nominal background level.
Electrical systems, airborne.
Ready.
Ground.
Ready.
Facility.
Ready.
RFFTS.
Ready.
Flight control.
Ready.
GCQ.
Ready.
Op support.
Ready.
Com.
Ready.
Umbilicals.
And, ready.
Arm control.
The configurations are very close to the same, actually. We'll be maintaining the propellant systems in a topping mode and not changing the state of the Atlas or Centaur. as we go through the approximate 1 hour process of egressing Butch and Sunny from the Starliner capsule. But teams are continuing to evaluate the data and look into the cause of the ground launch sequencer abort. In the meantime, we will start to see indications that the team is re-entering the pad. In fact, the direction was just given to allow the blue team back into the pad. So we will start to see that activity now, and teams come back into the pad, back up the tower, and begin the process of opening up Starliner and egressing Butch and Sunny.
Yeah, so that's a good sign there. You mentioned with the blue team coming back to the pad, they are the ones that will pull the crew out of Starliner. We heard that the pad area is cleared for them to come in. It's a good sign. Dylan, what's your time estimation on the team going through the rest of their procedures to make sure that the crew can go ahead and get up the elevator?
Actually, I think that we're there. So it's been just about 20 minutes since the hold was called, and in that 20 minutes time, we've established those configurations. In fact, we don't even let the pad team come back to the fence line until those safe and stable configurations have been established. So, once the team will of course be standing by at the fallback area, and they were contacted via radio and told to proceed back to the gate, and they will proceed through the gate and right back up to the crew access tower and on up to level 12 where they can begin configuring the white room. So we are there at this point in terms of being ready to redeploy the environmental seal, which kind of encloses the Starliner door into the white room, and then we'll begin opening up Starliner so that we can egress Butch and Sunny.
Yeah, we can see from this shot here that environmental seal is not on. Of course, this is the configuration right before you move the crew access arm either away or back to the capsule. So you can see the open air between the white room and the crew capsule. That will take the blue team, of course, getting up to the white room to put that environmental seal in place, which they are on the way. I'm monitoring some of the camera feeds. They haven't arrived yet, but they are on their way, as we've heard from the loops. Dylan, just give us an idea of the role the ground launch sequencer plays in the final 10 minutes of terminal count.
So essentially, the launch sequencer is performing all the actions that are occurring during the terminal count. So you will hear our operators provide status throughout the terminal count, but those operators are not actually performing manual actions. They're just reporting on the actions of the ground launch sequencer. So, for instance, the vehicle propellant tanks will transition from a topping mode into a pressurization mode as they are pressurized to their flight pressure. Once the tanks are pressurized, we'll start to configure the avionics systems as well for launch, and ultimately hand over to from the ground computer to the flight computer, which handles the actual final seconds of the countdown prior to liftoff. But the ground launch sequencer is securing propellant topping. It's beginning the process of pressurizing the vehicle for flight. It will be transitioning the vehicle from the ground electrical systems to the onboard batteries, and enabling the ordnance systems, ultimately leading to the engine ignition sequence once the control has been handed over from the ground computer over to the flight computers.
And you've mentioned just some of the things that GLS does, right? It is a very busy computer in the final 10 minutes, as you mentioned, going through all of these very timely, high-energy systems that are being configured at in the last minutes before liftoff. To recap, if you're just joining us, the mission, the NASA's Boeing's crew flight test of the Boeing Starliner was scrubbed at 12:21 p.m. Eastern Time when a hold was issued by the ground launch sequencer for the Atlas V rocket. It was at T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds, just a little less than 4 minutes before liftoff when that abort was called. The crew of Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams, who are inside the capsule at the top of this rocket, as you can see here, are safe and are awaiting. There you see a shot of them. There's Sunny on the left and Butch on the right. They are awaiting the arrival of the blue team to come out to the launch pad and help them egress, which essentially means get out of the Starliner capsule and head back to crew quarters. It's a process that requires that team to do some manual work to lock in the crew access arm to the Starliner capsule. And so they will wait for those moments to arrive.
And so we've been listening to commentary from NASA's Darrell Nail. If you take a look at the upper right-hand corner of your screen, just beyond that spherical LOX tank, you see the blue team just now making its way into the pad perimeter. You can see the vehicles start to make their way inside. Go to this view for more of a ground level. They are the folks that are going to be making their way back up to the top of the tower on level 12. Secure the crew access arm with the environmental hood and attach it to the spacecraft. And help Butch and Sunny make their way out of the Starliner spacecraft. We're about 23 minutes past the point where the Starliner spacecraft was set to launch had everything continued to go along well. Still are waiting for additional details on what caused the launch control sequencer to issue the automatic hold. If the teams are able to launch tomorrow, the opportunity that they've got available to them is at 12:03 p.m. Eastern Time, 16:03 UTC, with a docking at the ISS coming up the following afternoon. But the team is now arrived at the pad. You can see the vehicles parked. They'll start to make their way up to level 12 and help the crew safely egress from the Starliner spacecraft. Of course, not the ending to our launch stream, and we're not ending right now, but just this is not obviously the point that any of us were certainly hoping for. But as NASA has said, and I'm sure will say in their subsequent briefing, that they will not launch until they are ready. And something today tripped things up at the goal line, and they will turn around for a launch attempt when they are ready to proceed, and look forward to getting some more color to characterize what caused the automatic hold and therefore the scrub. As is the case with the May 6th scrub, we'll continue to stay live on air with everyone until the astronauts are back safely in quarantine. We'll continue to bring you live views of the process as it continues on. You see teams that have made their way now to the base of tower, about to enter into the elevator momentarily. And you see here on your screen, the blue team have now made their way up to level 12. Making their way now to the white room, getting their equipment out of its storage areas and are preparing to go through their steps. They have a carefully coordinated procedure, as they do for helping the astronauts get onto the vehicle, and they do have, of course, a contingency plan and coordinated steps for a scrub scenario. So they're going through those steps now to make sure that Butch and Sunny are able to egress the vehicle safely, that Starliner remains in as good a condition as possible, and that there's no environmental contamination. As we see the crew preparing to egress the Starliner spacecraft. Update from NASA, and I'll read it in its entirety. It's fairly short. They say, quote, NASA, Boeing, and ULA, United Launch Alliance, scrubbed today's launch opportunity due to the computer ground launch sequencer not loading into the correct operational configuration after proceeding into the terminal count. The ULA team is working to understand the issue. The next launch opportunity is Sunday, June 2nd at 12:03 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, the launch of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. The ULA Atlas V rocket and Boeing Starliner spacecraft are in a safe configuration, and NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams are preparing to exit the spacecraft, which you see is currently in work as they are sealing up the environmental closure before they go ahead and open up the hatch again. So, as we see, they are possibly looking at a 24-hour turnaround. We will see if they are able to capitalize on that. As we continue to track the progress So at this point, the white room has been configured to begin the process of opening the hatch and allow Butch and Sunny to begin to exit the Starliner spacecraft. As we watch this process happen, do want to thank some of the folks that have helped support our live launch coverage this morning into the afternoon. Our thanks to Space Pony, and again, a number of these comments will have come before the scrubs, so take them for the good faith in which they came. Space Pony with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Space Pony, saying U.S. will soon have 2 craft for a crew to reach the ISS. And that is still very much their intent, as they are looking at potentially a 24-hour turnaround for this mission if ULA is in a good position to do so. They're still studying the data that led to the scrub today. Carlton Johnson with a $5 super chat. Appreciate you, Carlton. Saying best wishes to the crew of Starliner. Some channel member gifting here. Norman Reitzel gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. Thank you so much, Norman. Appreciate that. Jack Wagner and Cappy Cross each gifting 5 Spaceflight Now memberships. Thanks to the 3 of you and to our newest 20 members. Be sure to thank Norman, Jack, and Cappy in the comment section if you haven't already. Thanks to Jim Egger for a very generous $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Jim. It's good to see you again today. He says, Jim Edgar and Lisa Bean watching this awesomeness from Snoqualmie, Washington. Go ULA. Hopefully I finally got that pronunciation right. Jason Redding with a very generous $50 super chat. Thank you so much, Jason, for supporting us at that level. And Jason writes in, my girls love watching the rockets. Thank you for all that you do to bring the launches to everyone. Signed, Jason, Leah, and Amelia. Thank you, Jason, for the kind words and for very generous support. Also, thanks to the generous support of Jay Ratliff with a $40 super chat. Thank you, Jay. Really appreciate you supporting us at this level. Saying, watching too many of these to not contribute. Thank you. Well, really appreciate that support, and it really helps as we go through these big launch coverage days that take quite a bit of effort and preparation to get us into a good position for mission coverage like this. So really appreciate you helping us out here with that. Channel member Aaron Breitbach with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Aaron, who says, this is very educational. Thanks for sharing all of this. You're very welcome. We like to make sure that our live streams are not just entertaining, but also help everyone get a little bit smarter about the missions launching and the ecosystem around these space flights. And also have it be entertaining as well, of course. You want a good mix of that. Sort of harken back to the teachings of folks like Bill Nye the Science Guy. One of our channel members, Josh King, with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Josh, saying go Butch and Sunita. Go Starliner, go CFT. And hopefully they will be able to get going as soon as tomorrow. We will stand by for more information on if they are able to take advantage of that 24-hour launch turnaround. Another channel member, Shirley Ryson, with a $2 super chat, saying enjoy watching and the great team coverage. Our thanks as well to Rodrigo Buta for a 2,000 Argentine peso super chat. Appreciate that, Rodrigo. It says so many parts for this mission. I'll just reading the message here. SpaceX, of course, has their own separate approach here, and the whole goal for the commercial crew program with having 2 providers is that SpaceX is not Boeing, Boeing is not SpaceX, and so they wanted to make sure that the launch vehicles and the spacecraft themselves were different enough that if something were to happen to one, they could rely on the other to continue moving forward. And as NASA Administrator Bill Nelson said in the run-up to the orbital flight test number 2, saying that the case for dissimilar redundancy has been proven out by having both SpaceX and Boeing. So as Boeing has taken a little bit longer to get to the point of flying astronauts, the United States has had SpaceX to be able to reliably bring its astronauts to and from the International Space Station. Currently has its Crew 8 astronauts on board the ISS, preparing to launch Crew 9 coming up in a couple of months. In fact, I haven't mentioned this in by a few hours, but actually right now you can go ahead on our website, head over to shop.spaceflightnow.com, where you can find the embroidered mission patches for both the crew flight test mission for Boeing Starliner and the mission patch for the upcoming SpaceX Crew 9 mission. Yo Mama with a $2 super chat, appreciate that. And Norman Reitzel back again, another $2 super chat saying thank you. And I guess see you later is the sentiment behind that one. Again, we are watching live views of Boeing's blue team as they're preparing to open the hatch and allow Butch, Wilmore, and Sunita Williams to depart the Starliner vehicle, bring them back into their crew quarters. Awaiting further information on if the teams are ready for a 24-hour turnaround opportunity tomorrow. Again, if they are able to take advantage of that, see a launch at 12:03 p.m. Eastern, 16:03 UTC. The docking coming up on Monday at 1:03 p.m. Eastern.
LC, Slick on Channel 1.
Go ahead.
So hatch is open. We're going to have the crew go ahead and kind of self-egress so we don't have to put all the floors back in before they get out. So requesting the CTV and Convoy to return to the pad gate.
Roger. Put that in work. OSM, LC.
OSM.
Notify crew transport convoy to return to pad. Permit entry into VDA.
Roger.
As we just heard over the loops here, the crews are going to be...
And slow.
Go ahead.
They're self-egressing, so instead of the blue team going back in there, which would necessitate putting some platforms down to help protect the interior of the spacecraft and some of the cargo in there, crews just able to climb out themselves. As you see, Butch Wilmore has already made his way out of the Starliner capsule. They're putting the protective chute coverings back on his boots that are part of his flight suit, so they can go ahead and head on back to the crew transport vehicle, which is going to be waiting for them at the bottom of the elevator at the base of the crew access tower. Again, they do have a 24-hour turnaround option if they feel like they're in a good position to move forward with that tomorrow. If they're ready to proceed, that liftoff will come at 12:03 p.m. Eastern Time. That is 16:03 UTC. That'll set up a docking at the International Space Station at the Harmony module forward port at 1:03 p.m. Eastern, 17:03 UTC. If for whatever reason the ULA teams, along with Boeing and NASA, feel like the 24-hour backup option is not the wisest move to make, they do have 2 additional days on the launch calendar with the range. Those are coming up on June 5th and June 6th, a little bit later into next week. Although for those launch fans out watching the progress of these heavy lift vehicles, may have noticed that SpaceX did put out a statement saying that they are currently now targeting as early as June 6th for the 4th test flight of their Starliner, or excuse me, Starship rocket. They had previously said they were targeting the 5th, now saying the 6th. Again, that is pending regulatory approval from the Federal Aviation Administration, or the FAA, that will grant a license for this 4th flight test. Taking a look at our live chat.
LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Crew transport convoys cleared the roadblock. 16 personnel entering BDA at this time.
Roger.
The crew transport is now making its way toward the pad. We should be seeing it in a wider shot coming up in the next minute or so, a couple minutes perhaps. As we continue to track this progress, want to thank a few more folks for your support this afternoon. Thanks to Justin Broderick for a $10 super chat. Thank you, Justin. Justin says, thanks for always doing a great job. The broadcast is always highly anticipated. Watching this online and then seeing the rockets peer over the horizon is absolutely amazing. Well, thank you, Justin, for those kind words, and we certainly work with some amazing folks here at Spaceflight now to make as thorough and robust live launch opportunities as we possibly can, both on a visual and an information front. So thank you for the kind words. Callistia Lee with a $20 super chat, one of our mods and channel members here. Thank you, Callistia. Says, thank you for the awesome coverage, Willa, and Spaceflight Now. Always learning something new here. Keep up the great work. And Kimberly with a $5 super chat saying, favorite channel for Countdown Country and launches. Thank you. Thank you, Kimberly, for the nice words. We're continuing to stay live with you as Boeing and NASA work to safely make sure that Butch and Sunny get out of the Starliner spacecraft and head back into quarantine. Of course, the ULA is also working the data that led up to the hold and the scrub today. So we're hoping to get more information as it becomes available from the launch team here. Standing by for any further update on if there will be a press briefing or not. NASA did post an update essentially stating...
LC OSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Per step 140, crew transport convoy standing by at pad gate.
Roger.
NASA commentator Megan Cruz noting that while they do have the opportunity for a launch tomorrow, it is an opportunity and not a guarantee that tomorrow will in fact be the day that they go ahead and make another attempt.
And Slick LC.
Slick.
Yes, so we got the convoy at the pad gate just waiting for you to tell us when ready to pull up to the cat.
Yep, we're just doing the last bit of inventory of Sunny's bag, and then we'll get them to do audio checks and we can call in the CTV.
Roger.
And LC Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Ready for CTV to come and to do a comm check on OSE.
Roger. OSM LC.
OSM.
Crew transport vehicle is clear to proceed to cat.
Roger.
You see now here on your screen just a moment ago Starliner Commander Butch Wilmore making his way away from the tower and onto the crew transport vehicle, as he and Sunita Williams will soon be making their way back toward the crew cabins and go back into quarantine as ULA, Boeing, and NASA look for the next opportunity to launch the Starliner spacecraft. As we've stated a few times now, the 24-hour backup is coming up on tomorrow, June 2nd, at 12:03 p.m. Eastern. If that doesn't pan out, or they need to go and give themselves a little bit more time, the next two opportunities are June 5th at 10:52 a.m. Eastern and June 6th at 10:29 a.m. Eastern. If they need to go beyond that, though, things become a little bit more uncertain, as there are some life-limited items on ULA's Atlas V rocket, which would likely necessitate them to roll the vehicle back again to the VIF and probably replace some of those before they're able to look at another launch opportunity, which would pivot us into the late June time frame, potentially at the earliest. And again, this is all depending on what we learn about the ability for the rocket to launch tomorrow and what the issue was that led ultimately to the scrub today. So a lot of outstanding questions that we're hopefully going to learn some answers on over the next few hours and bring those to you as we learn them. You see there, though, the Astro van with its astronauts now loaded up and hit in reverse. Unfortunately, the license plate on this vehicle ready for space. Well, unfortunately, we're not quite ready for space today. The crew certainly were. Everyone watching certainly was. The rocket had other thoughts, apparently. But again, we'll wait to learn more from ULA and others on the reason for the scrub, and we'll, of course, bring you those details as we learn them. As you see the Astro van cruising away from the Atlas V rocket. I want to thank a couple more folks for your support this afternoon. Our thanks to Channel member James Wilson for a $10 super chat.
CTV has departed the pad.
LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. For step 150, crew transport vehicles cleared pad and convoys en route to ONC.
Roger.
There you just heard confirmation of what we're seeing on our screen, that the crew transport vehicle is now outside the gate at Slick 41, cruising its way back towards the ONC, the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout facility. As I was saying, thanks to General Member James Wilson for a $10 super chat, saying, chipping in for a huge pizza for Will and his crew. Great job today. Well, thank you, James. We certainly did our level best, and we were hopeful that we might get a launch today, but we will be back when they are ready to move forward.
LC, this is Blue Team Lead on 1.
Go ahead, Blue Team Lead.
Yes, sir. Looking ahead at step 160, I wanted to verify that we are indeed leaving the environmental seal intact for this 24-hour scrub turnaround, and we will raise the floor to the pre-cryogenic levels.
Yeah, so we are leaving the crew access arm extended. So I think we want to leave it in the same configuration we did when we scrubbed back on the 6th.
Yes, sir. So the procedure in step 160 has us raising the seal, but that is not going to be what we
Okay.
want to do.
Yeah, that's a carryover from our previous configuration. Okay. I'm with you. Copy that and concur.
Understood, sir.
Still tracking the Astro van cruising on back to the ONC. Want to Thank channel member Ruben for being with us for a month now. Always great to see folks hit that 1 month mark and keeping on with us. Really appreciate that ongoing support. Helps make what we do here at Spaceflight Now all the more possible.
LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. 1-8. 18 people have exited FHA roadblock.
Roger.
LC, this is Blue Team Lead.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Once we are complete with configuration and ready to clear, I'm requesting your permission for the ULA Blue Team to exit the south roadblock along Titan 3 Road. I've been advised by my lead technician that that vehicle is low on fuel, and we will need to prevent going around the long way if possible.
And by south, you mean Titan Road?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just like we would when we did the original entry.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, copy that. And OSM LC?
OSM.
Roger. Any concerns with the blue team, the ULA blue team, egressing via Titan Road back to the ASOC?
No, sir. I concur with that.
Roger. Copy that, blue team lead?
I copy and thank you.
seeing some aerial shots of the Astrovan making its way now passing the press site, heading towards O&C building. This camera view from the top of a facility called OSB-2.
Go ahead.
as we're awaiting the departure of Butch and Sunny from the crew transport vehicle, the Astrovan, excuse me, we do have word that there will be a post-scrub news briefing. It's coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern. The news conference will be joined by Steve Stitch, the manager of NASA's Commercial Crew Program, Mark Nappy, the vice president and program manager of the Commercial Crew Program for Boeing, and Tori Bruno, the president and CEO of United Launch Alliance. Again, that is coming up at 3 p.m. Eastern, happening this afternoon. We'll be carrying the news briefing on our 24-hour live stream Launchpad Live, so be sure to check into that. We'll have our coverage beginning again with the briefing starting at 3 o'clock. And with that, we are going to go ahead and wrap up our live coverage of the latest launch attempt of Boeing's Starliner on its crew flight test. Want to once again thank all of you for hanging with us throughout our coverage today. And we'll be back with you whenever NASA, Boeing, and ULA are prepared to launch. Again, they have the opportunity to do so as soon as tomorrow. However, it is still yet to be determined if they are in a position to take advantage of that. There will be a briefing coming up this afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern, that is 1900 UTC. We will carry that briefing live on our 24-hour live stream channel, Launchpad Live, right here on YouTube. Our thanks to our friends Chuck Briggs, Pete Carsons with Max Q Productions, who are standing by ready to track the rocket, bringing us some pad views as we continue through now in excess of 6 hours of live coverage. Our thanks also to our launch photographers, Adam Bernstein and Michael Kane. You can see some of their great photography from the crew walkouts. That is over on our Twitter feed, or now X. You can find their work there as well. Adam Bernstein and Aburn NYC, Michael Kane, MD Kane Jr. But thanks as well to our Spaceflight Now editor, Stephen Young, for running the technical operations behind the scenes. Most importantly, thanks to you for being with us for however long or short you happen to be checking in with us, and we hope you join back with us again tomorrow. If you'd like to learn more in real time about the latest on this mission, be sure to hop over to Launchpad Live starting at 3 o'clock for that news conference. For all of us here at Spaceflight Now, I'm Will Robinson-Smith. Remember, be good to yourselves, be good to others, and folks, we will see you next time. Thanks for being with us. Bye-bye.